Chapter 2540. You're no match for me. A wise man submits to circumstances. Just surrender obediently. As long as you listen to me, you may still have a chance to survive for a very, very long time. The eyes of the Cloud Lord's clone revealed an extremely strong and undisguised charm that bewitched one's mind. At the same time, it was also mixed with extreme cruelty. It was like a healthy cat looking at a group of cornered mice. It was enjoying the pleasure of toying with its prey, teasing, ravaging, tormenting, not stopping until it was dead. After this attack, he stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of disdain. He could feel that the current situation was completely under his control. Mo Tianji reached out and stopped everyone who was about to charge forward. He took a deep breath and said, 7-star guards, get into your respective formations. Formation of the tribulation. Sacrificial maiden, lay air, fill in the gaps. Everyone moved at the same time. Everyone's eyes were full of vigilance and strong caution. Everyone realized that this battle was probably really a battle of life and death. If they lost this battle, everyone would probably vanish into thin air. There was definitely no other possibility. A sword chime sounded again. Chu Yang rushed back like lightning. Although there was still blood at the corners of his mouth, he still stood in front of his brothers. Gradually, his eyes flashed and a fierce fighting spirit soared into the sky. Black saber energy rose at the same time. Dong Wushang drew a saber and stood on Chu Yang's left. Amidst the beautiful viburnum flowers, Xie Danqiong stood on Chu Yang's right. Beside Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong were Rui Batong and Luo Kadi, respectively. A red shadow flashed, and Mo Qingguo soared into the air. Her dreamlike dance moves spread out gracefully, and she stood 3 steps behind Chu Yang. Mo Tianji's white-clothed figure stood in the middle. The purple jade flute shone brightly. Sacrificial maiden and Mo Lei Air were at the back. They shrank to the center and used their wings to protect their backs. Chu Yang, Rui Batong Dong Wushang, Mo Xiedanqiong Luo Kadi, Light Dance Mo Tianji, Sacrificial Maiden and Mo Lei Air. The formation of the entire team was arranged according to this pattern. The formation of the Tribulation Battle Formation. Even though there was the Priest Mother and Mo Lei Air to fill in the gaps for the real battle formation of Calamity, there was still one person missing. Behind the Priest Mother and Mo Lei Air, there should be another person to be the last guard. At this moment, there were no other candidates. If GMO, who had stayed outside the valley, hadn't been seriously injured, he would have been a suitable candidate. However, at this moment, not to mention that he wasn't here, even if he was, everyone wouldn't feel at ease letting him go into battle. Therefore, he could only use the most primitive calamity, sword formation, to fight the enemy, to deal with this unprecedentedly powerful enemy in front of him. There was no need to leave any path of retreat. If they didn't win this battle, none of them would be able to escape. It didn't matter whether they retreated or not. If he won in the end, everything would be fine, and there would be no need for him to retreat. This was a battle where all means of retreat were cut off. Mo Yuntian's 3 bodyguards were on the other side. They formed a small triangular battle formation on their own, resonating with the triangular formation of Chu Yang's Calamity Sword Formation City. The tip of the formation was aimed directly at Master Yun's clone. A strong, murderous aura gradually grew stronger. Everyone, do your best. At this moment, Chu Yang's gaze seemed to have condensed into a solid sword light. He stared at Master Yun and instructed softly, "We will live and die together." Mo Tianji, Dong Wushang, Xie Danqiong, and the others said in unison. Chu Yang slowly raised the tip of his Calamity Sword. On the tip of the sword, the extremely bright light seemed to have become a cold light that pierced through the universe. It was ready to be unleashed. He said in a low voice, "Heaven!" The brothers said in unison, "I am the king." Chu Yang's voice gradually became hoarse and resolute. Sword light flashed in his eyes. Brothers are here. I am invincible. Everyone roared together. This sudden roar was like thousands of thunderbolts exploding in the clear sky at the same time. Wherever the sound passed, the entire valley seemed to shake a few times. The 3 bodyguards at the side heard this sound. Suddenly, hot tears welled up in their eyes. It was only a short 24 words, but it was as lasting as the sun and the moon. It expressed the fighting spirit and pride of the Calamity Brothers, as well as the incomparable and indelible deep friendship that existed between them. We will do our best. We will live and die together. Heaven, I am the king. Brothers are here. I am invincible. What kind of courage was this? Chu Yang laughed loudly without any fear. He stared at Cloud Lord's clone with an unusually sharp gaze. The tip of his sword seemed to be carrying 1,000,000 kilograms of weight as it slowly rose. Cloud Lord's clone stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He had a faint disdainful smile on his face as he looked at Chu Yang and the others. He had absolute confidence that he could completely defeat Chu Yang and the others' strongest attack. From then on, their confidence would be completely destroyed, and he would be able to control their minds in the future. From this moment on, he would leave a deep impression on them. As the Calamity Sword rose, its aura also gradually increased. The sword light flickered, and it actually caused the entire space to flicker. At this moment, Chu Yang felt that his confidence had swelled without any warning. For a moment, boundless pride soared into the sky. Perhaps it was a long time, or perhaps it was just a moment, but when the tip of the sword finally pointed at Cloud Lord's chest, Chu Yang roared into the sky. Before the roar ended, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and heaven and earth moved. Without saying a single word, Chu Yang's body had already started to move. As soon as he moved, he floated into the sky. He stood opposite Cloud Lord's clone, and he didn't back down at all. The 8 people behind him didn't even need to use any strength. They had already risen into the sky with Chu Yang. In the next moment, sword light suddenly shot out. At this moment, even Cloud Lord and the 3 guards below him had guessed wrong. The subsequent development of the matter was greatly unexpected. All of them thought that Chu Yang must have something to say before the battle, since he had risen, and stood in front of Lord Cloud's doppelganger without any intention of backing down. As the saying went, no matter how the battle was going to be, one had to go through the door and say a few words first, fighting to the death as soon as the battle started. That kind of thing was very rare. Even the simplest fight between hooligans had to start with one side cursing, "Fuck you!" Then both sides would really fight, right? But Minister Chu had clearly broken this convention this time. At this moment, he had just assumed a conversational posture. But without saying a word, he brazenly attacked. Moreover, the magnificence of the sword light at this moment had already surpassed all the strange magnificence that could be imagined in history. A bit of cold light shot out, and 100,000 feet of cold light burst out. A dazzling dragon emerged from the void, with specks of flickering light all over its body. It carried the aura of slaughtering the world. It shot forward with indomitable will. Vaguely, in the entire sky, there was a delicate red color dancing in the sky. It seemed that there was an ethereal singing coming from beyond the 33 heavens, making it difficult for people to hear clearly, but they couldn't help but be fascinated. And this song and dance, every sound added a lot of strength to the sword. Every movement made the sword light even more beautiful and dreamy, invincible. In the sword light that swept through the world, a domineering black saber appeared again, and saber energy shot out. Thousands of gorgeous flowers accompanied it, and a purple jade flute appeared. The clear sound of the flute quietly sounded, and on the purple jade flute, light purple tassels could be seen floating slightly at the critical moment. A clear phoenix cry soared into the sky, and a colorful phoenix flew out from the void that was enveloped by the sword light. As the multicolored light flickered, It completely merged with the Calamity Sword. There was also a huge green wolf head. It also suddenly appeared. That was the Wolf King's move, which Chu Yang used with the Calamity Sword. A patch of black fog represented Er's killer move, drifting indeterminately. Everything carried a strong murderous intent. However, everything here was different. Finally, they all merged perfectly into one. This was a miracle that couldn't be achieved at all. How could all the weapons and techniques of completely different attributes be merged into one, just because of one person and one sword, turning the impossible into the possible? At this moment, just from the tip of a sword that was completely unrelated to him, a miracle was about to happen. Spiritual attack, physical attack, water and fire attack, all at the same time. Cloud Venerable Master's clone suddenly felt extremely gloomy and furious. There was only one thought in his mind: wrong estimation. Chu Yang was directly sent into the mountains by his attack, which made him have a clear understanding of the strength of these people. He was completely convinced that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to harm him. But in this lesson, he realized that he was wrong. What he saw with his eyes, and even what he observed with his divine consciousness, might not be real. In his long life, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. In this instant, Cloud Master's clone was facing attacks from multiple enemies at almost the same time. But what really made him so depressed that he wanted to go crazy was his eyes clearly saw different kinds of attacks, and these attacks should have come from at least one person. But his instincts told him that he was facing only one person. It was this one person who gave him a terrifying pressure that was equivalent to the combined attacks of two people, and then a few times stronger. And this kind of combined power was definitely more than just a few times stronger. Such an unforeseen event caused the 3 bodyguards below to be dumbfounded. If this level of attack was facing them, they would probably be turned into ashes immediately, right? They wouldn't be able to resist at all. Or perhaps they wouldn't even be able to summon up the will to resist before they died. This was the truly most terrifying part. On the opposite side, Cloud Master's clone, who had made the wrong estimation, couldn't maintain his calm demeanor anymore. He suddenly roared, and his body spun abruptly as he used all his strength to resist. For a time, countless snow-white and holy lotuses that emitted a fluorescent light suddenly appeared out of thin air. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. In just an instant, countless lotuses had completely filled the sky, densely packed and airtight. The saint's clone had already disappeared at this moment, which meant that Chu Yang's attack had no target anymore. Chapter 2541. Tens of thousands of lotuses appeared in the air and fell down. Every petal was sharp as the wind whistled and spun. The petals of the lotuses flew out like countless divine weapons, whistling as they attacked. Lotuses appeared and fell continuously. They fell on the sword tip of the Calamity Sword, on the black saber, on the phoenix, on the purple jade flute, on the viburnum flower, and on the red shadows in the sky, facing such a shocking change. Chu Yang remained silent. He only exerted all his strength, gathering the strength of all his brothers on the Calamity Sword and charging forward. He could feel that the saint's clone was right in front of him. Although he couldn't see it at all, although so many lotuses that were comparable to divine weapons were an almost insurmountable obstacle, Chu Yang's intuition told him that the saint's clone wasn't far away, just like what Chu Yang was doing now. The saint's clone was also waiting for an opportunity to defeat Chu Yang and the others in one strike. And the crux of this attack was precisely Chu Yang's body. As long as Chu Yang's peak position was defeated, he would retreat and become dispirited. Then the other people's problems would be easily solved. Chu Yang's body now had everyone's strength gathered. If the strongest point was broken, the other forces wouldn't be an obstacle at all. Regarding this, the saint's clone's choice wasn't wrong at all. But the only thing he miscalculated again was the strength that Chu Yang displayed. When a few people joined forces, it didn't necessarily mean that their strength would increase exponentially. This was a principle that everyone knew. Often, when two equally matched experts joined forces, their strength wouldn't be as good as if they were alone. And the more people there were, the more restrictions there would be on their cooperation, and the harder it would be to form a tacit understanding, not to mention attacking together. The saint's clone was just a clone, but he had studied this aspect of human nature quite thoroughly. So he allowed Chu Yang and the others to gather their strength for this moment, in order to defeat all the forces in one fell swoop, and then completely destroy all the confidence of Chu Yang and the others. But he didn't expect that after Chu Yang and the others gathered together and attacked together, the power that was exerted was actually so great. Not only was there no sign of damage, but there was also a flawless tacit understanding, especially when everyone was wholeheartedly focused. It was an extreme cooperation that completely disregarded their own safety. In fact, at this moment, the word tacit understanding could be used. It was simply not enough to describe the level of cooperation between them. That was a method of completely trusting one's life and handing it over without reservation. Moreover, it was the same for everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach this stage. The Calamity sword held fiercely, crushing all the lotus flowers in front of it. The sword didn't change at all, and the sword light was as sharp as ever. Amidst the petals that filled the sky, the saint's clone suddenly changed his move. His figure moved as if it was a miracle. 3 illusory figures appeared and attacked at the same time, as if they had 3 heads and arms. Due to Chu Yang's miscalculation, Master Cloud's clone was forced to use his trump card in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 sword cries, the 3 bodies of the saint's clone each held a sword and performed different moves. The 3 figures fluttered along with the petals that filled the sky with fluttering white clothes. They rushed towards Chu Yang and the others. Its target was the Calamity sword in Chu Yang's hand. The 3 swords were all real. Even the 3 figures were all real. They had form and substance, real and not fake. Such a strange and unbelievable martial art that was right in front of everyone's eyes made everyone's heart tremble inexplicably. It was clearly just a clone. It already had such shocking strength. They really didn't know how many trump cards this Master Cloud had. Phantom Spirit Transformation. On one side, the 3 guards exclaimed at the same time. Their strength might be gradually surpassed by Chu Yang and the others, but their accumulated experience over countless years was still not something that Chu Yang and the others could compare with. With just a glance, they had already identified the name of the move used by the saint's clone. The so-called Phantom Spirit Transformation could create many images of oneself in a flash, and these images all had the same power as the original body. They could also hold swords and sabers and fight with the enemy. Although these images only existed for a short period of time and were supported by powerful spiritual energy, they could increase one's strength by several times in an instant. This kind of phantom spirit transformation technique was a realm that they couldn't reach after hundreds of thousands of years of hard work. But at this moment, it was so easily used by the saint's clone. This huge gap almost caused the 3 guards to lose their fighting spirit. Chu Yang didn't show the slightest trace of fear when facing such a marvelous killing move, nor did he waver in the slightest. With a wild howl, he instantly absorbed the heavy pill and the essence of the wondrous medicine that he'd prepared long ago into his dantian, and they surged and transformed into abundant origin energy. The reason why Chu Yang would react in such a way was very simple. At this moment, the energy that he had gathered previously was almost exhausted. No one had expected that a mere clone of Master Cloud could be so powerful. Both sides exhausted their elemental energy, but the result was that Chu Yang's side was at a disadvantage. The other party even had a lot of energy left. He could even make an extremely sharp counterattack. Even after gathering the spiritual energy of several high-level and peak-level saints, they still couldn't trap Master Cloud's clone. He was actually able to break free and use a killing move like phantom deification. At this moment, although they seemed to be evenly matched for the time being, everyone present knew that they had really reached the point where life and death were decided in an instant. So, Chu Yang didn't care about the consequences. He mobilized all the forces that he could mobilize. This concerned the life and death of his 8 brothers and sisters. How could he let his guard down? At this moment, Chu Yang was really going all out. Sword intent. Chu Yang roared hoarsely. The Calamity sword flashed with green light, and the long-awaited sword intent appeared once again. With an indestructible aura, it surged out crazily. Maybe it was because of the environment, but the sword intent had become unusually heavy ever since it ascended the heavenly imperial court. Every time Chu Yang activated it, he would feel more and more tired. But he didn't know the reason why, so he rarely used it. But at this moment, it was finally the decisive moment of the battle. If he didn't use it, he had to. The long-awaited sword intent whizzed out. In just one exchange, the sword intense sharpness had already destroyed one of Master Cloud's phantom spirit transformation clones into fragments. After succeeding in the fight, the Calamity sword light changed its path and changed into clouds, and clouds gather. As long as I'm alive, I'll be without you. But in the blink of an eye, he defended with all his might. At this moment, clanging sounds rang out one after another. It was as if raindrops were falling from the sky. Master Cloud's illusory swords had already stabbed into the Calamity sword's light no less than tens of thousands of times. Every strike was as heavy as a mountain and extremely sharp. If Chu Yang was holding an ordinary sword, he would probably have been smashed into pieces and turned into dust. However, the Calamity sword was the #1 divine weapon since ancient times. Although it was tested, it could still withstand it. But it was one thing for the Calamity sword to withstand it. Chu Yang's hand that was holding the sword really couldn't withstand it. In that instant, Chu Yang felt as if his hand had broken into thousands of pieces. He almost couldn't hold the Calamity sword. The Calamity sword's light actually scattered. Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I'm alive, I'll be without you's defense was tight and didn't reveal any flaws. However, the combined might of the 2 phantom spirit transformation clones was too shocking. They almost broke through this unbreakable defense. This was a difference in cultivation and not a flaw in the technique. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji and the others all opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Clouds and clouds gather to become emperor. Chu Yang roared hysterically. Sword light flashed in the air again. Thousands of streaks of sword energy shot out in all directions. A crown that was as bright as the sun in the sky suddenly appeared. Emperor's descent. The clone of the Holy Monarch originally possessed the aura of a monarch descending. However, under this special attack that gathered the winds and clouds as a monarch, the aura of a monarch that was connected with the heavens and earth caused the clone of the Holy Monarch to pale in comparison. Master Cloud's clone finally revealed an unprecedented look of fear in his eyes. The crown suddenly pressed down. Calamity Sword's most ferocious ultimate move finally exploded from Chu Yang's hand. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. Reverend Cloud's clone let out a shrill cry when he faced the decisive slash. For the first time, he retreated, and his body continuously moved in different directions in midair. He was sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the front, and sometimes to the back. He drifted about, and in the blink of an eye he had already moved in more than 10 million directions. However, Chu Yang controlled the Calamity Sword and charged forward in a single direction without turning back. He didn't change direction at all. He completely ignored the figures that were wandering around him. Mo Qingwu's heavenly dance, Mo Tianji's purple jade flute, Rui Budong's phoenix transformation, Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower, Dong Wushang's dark saber, Mo Lei, Er's hidden weapon, Luo Kadi's sword, Lady Sacrificial's wolf fangs, they all attacked at the same time. At the final moment, "Junior, how dare you!" Master Cloud's clone screamed. Suddenly he rose into the sky. Chu Yang carried the fiercest storm of killing intent in the world and finally changed direction. He charged forward. He didn't seem to be forcing it. He chased closely behind Master Cloud's clone. The tip of his sword was only a few millimeters away from his back. However, that few millimeters was like a moat that couldn't be crossed. Master Cloud's clone was like a bolt of lightning. Chu Yang's calamity, sword chased after him like a rainbow. Behind Chu Yang, 8 people were following him closely. They were like a long string, rushing straight up into the sky. Chapter 2542. None of them had any contact with each other, but they had become an inseparable entity. Wherever Chu Yang went, everyone would follow. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't feel any pressure at all. The entire formation and everyone else felt as if they were part of his body. It was a very mysterious, yet very real feeling. Everyone didn't feel any repulsion, whether physically or mentally. They really treated themselves as a part of Chu Yang's body. We'll follow you. We'll fight you. We'll follow your orders. We'll live and die with you. If you win, we'll follow you into the clouds. If you lose, we'll follow you into dust. As Master Cloud's clone charged upwards, there were still counterattacks. Countless lotus flowers fell like snowflakes, their petals as sharp as knives. Chu Yang's calamity sword didn't give up. The moment those petals met the calamity sword, they all turned into gusts of wind and brushed past him. The bodies of Chu Yang and the others were already dripping with blood. The destructive power of those lotus petals was still not to be underestimated. Even though everyone had invincible Vajra bodies and their main force had been eliminated by the calamity sword, there were still some remnants. It was inevitable that they would be injured. How could it be possible that the lotus flowers that filled the heavens and earth did not touch his body at all? The sword energy transformed into a faint green killing intent as it chased after Master Cloud's clone. Master Cloud's clone fled as fast as he could. He thought to himself, as long as I can escape from this sword attack and catch my breath, I'll definitely be able to kill all of them. If he knew this, how could Chu Yang and the others not know? In a battle between experts, especially against an expert like Master Cloud's clone, victory or defeat was really decided in an instant. Right now, Chu Yang had spent so much effort to seize this opportunity. How could he let it go so easily? Even if he died, he had to hold on tightly. He just needed to move forward an inch. Chu Yang's gaze was fixed on Master Cloud's back. There, the tip of the sword was just a hair away from Master Cloud's back. It was just half an inch away. As long as the tip of the calamity sword could touch Master Cloud's clone skin, then the devouring power would be unleashed with all its might, regardless of the consequences. As long as he could touch it, there wouldn't be any danger in today's battle at least. However, if he couldn't catch up in the end and failed at the last step, in that case, there was only one outcome today: complete annihilation. There would definitely be no more flukes. All the success and failure. At this moment, on this sword, Chu Yang had already gone all out. During this process, both sides had already pushed their speed to the limit, or even exceeded it. The Holy Monarch's clone could feel a stabbing pain in his back. It was a terrifying shadow that threatened his life. He activated all of his potential and even released the myriad holiness true spirit he had just absorbed into his body. It turned into a push forward. Strictly speaking, this method was akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. It was one thing to stimulate all of one's potential, as it was just an avatar, so it didn't matter if it had more potential or not. But detonating the myriad holiness true spirit that had just been absorbed into one's body would have far-reaching effects. The true owner of the myriad holiness true spirit was his main body. In other words, although the avatar of the Sage Monarch could absorb and even borrow the strength of the Sage Monarch, it was only a carrier in the end. It wasn't able to truly display the full might of the Sage Monarch's true spirit. Forcefully erupting like this was equal to the most extravagant squandering. Moreover, the myriad saints' true spirit also had a limit. It was a tree without roots, a river without roots. In fact, the Holy Monarch's clone was also very clear about this point. He was clearer than anyone else, but the current situation was truly out of the question. As long as he was pierced by this devil-like sword behind him, what awaited him would be him. That would be the tragic ending of being consigned to eternal damnation. The chilliness of the sword was like a maggot in one's bones, unable to be shaken off. In the process of this stalemate, he had already used at least 300 different movement techniques, but he still couldn't shake it off. The myriad holiness true spirit's power that had just been absorbed into his body had already been nearly exhausted. However, this sword was still following behind him. Although it hadn't really touched his body yet, the distance between them was still not the slightest bit. The concealed feeling of the sword's tip being able to swallow the world was clearly discernible, and there was no falsehood at all. So much so that the Holy Monarch's clone could truly feel that the sword's eagerness to drill into his flesh and devour him was actually not concealed at all. Not only were these people able to unleash such strength when joining forces, but this sword was actually a demonic sword that possessed a sword soul. This sudden discovery made the Holy Monarch's clone even more depressed. The person chasing after him was already exhausted, but he was still persevering. The person running in front was also nearing the end of his life, and it was difficult for him to continue. Between this heaven and earth, it was like two streams of light, one in front and one behind, endlessly chasing after each other, rushing up, turning around, returning, rushing again. From south to north, from east to west, from bottom to top, and back again, it was simply like an endless, monotonous game of death that never stopped. The Holy Monarch's clone was in a very bad situation, but the same was true for Tribulation's side. Chuyang and the others could clearly feel that their heartbeats were gradually intensifying until they were like drums, almost jumping out of their chests. All the blood in their bodies seemed to have rushed to the top of their heads, as if in the next moment, or perhaps in the next moment, their heads would explode from the rush of blood. Even if it wasn't the next moment, and the next moment, they could collapse at any time. And as long as any one of them couldn't hold on and collapsed first, everyone would collapse at the same time without exception. The continued stalemate between the two sides had already entered a dangerous situation. Even if one side survived, the other side might not necessarily survive. It wasn't even a situation where both sides would suffer, but a situation where both sides would lose and die. And for Chuyang and the others, this was still the ideal ending. In this case, the biggest possibility was that Chuyang's side couldn't hold on first. Below, the 3 7-star guards stared intently at the 2 streams of light that continued to hover in the sky, chasing each other. Unknowingly, they had already formed a strange formation. Just at the moment when the 2 streams of light rushed to the sky again and almost disappeared, the 3 people suddenly leaped up at the same time, turning into 3 long rainbows that soared into the sky, shocking the sky. In a flash, they had already rushed thousands of feet into the sky. And at this moment, the stream of light that the Holy Monarch's clone had transformed into happened to turn back from the highest point and rush downwards, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. The 3 7-star guards made up their minds, and without hesitation, rushed towards the stream of light at the same time. 3 magnificent sword lights flashed at the same time. This was a desperate and decisive blow. Everyone present had already clearly seen that although the current situation seemed to be that Chuyang and the others had a slight advantage temporarily and had the upper hand, this advantage would definitely not last long. Once the battle dragged on for a long time, the one who would eventually gain the upper hand would still be the Holy Monarch's clone. In fact, on the surface, it seemed that Chuyang had the upper hand, but in fact, the one who controlled the outcome of this battle was the Holy Monarch's clone. After all, the Holy Monarch's clone had the power transformed from the 10,000 saints' true spirit as a foundation. So no matter how much it was consumed, even if it was all consumed, the impact on his body was relatively limited. However, Chu Yang was consuming his own cultivation, martial power, physical strength, and mental strength, especially physical strength and mental strength. The rest could be recovered with various elixirs, such as heavy pills, life spring water, and so on. However, physical strength and mental strength were the most difficult to recover. Also, the members who formed the Tribulation Formation now were ultimately not the real Tribulation. Regardless of whether it was Mo Lei or the Sacrificial Maiden, they were not the real Tribulation people. No matter how hard they tried, there was a limit to their assistance to the Tribulation Formation. Correspondingly, the assistance that the Tribulation Formation provided to them was relatively limited. Although their own strength was also extremely high because of the difference in their assistance, it would cause a subtle increase in consumption. If there was anyone who could not hold on in this formation, it would definitely be one of the two. In the current situation, the most important thing was endurance, and the two of them were destined to be at the bottom in terms of endurance. Once there was really someone on Chu Yang's side who was exhausted, then everything would really be irreversible. The only solution now, or rather, the only way to disrupt the current rhythm of the battle, was to stop the Cloud Lord's clone in this pursuit at all costs. Even if it was just a little bit, or even an undetectable moment of stagnation, it would be enough. And this little bit of time, or rather opportunity, would require the three of them to exchange for it with their lives. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to stop it, nor would they be able to exchange it. At this moment, the three guards made up their minds and made up their minds. 3 magnificent sword lights, with an aura of no return and no turning back, rushed forward. The distance between the two sides was actually very far, but under the situation where both sides were advancing at extreme speed, it was almost a blink of an eye before the two sides had already come into contact. On the opposite side, the light descending from the sky suddenly accelerated again at the critical moment. With a sudden turn, it brushed past the 3 sword lights with a swoosh. As for Chu Yang and the rest, they also followed the shadow of the clone and brushed past the sword lights. The 3 people's suicidal attack missed just like that. There was a faint trace of blood on the tip of the sword, although the Cloud Lord's clone did not show any signs of slowing down. Under this sword, he was finally injured. Everyone could see the current situation clearly. With the strength and cultivation of this clone, it was definitely not difficult for him to kill the 3 guards. As long as he dared to charge head-on, he could kill the 3 of them in an instant. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as easy as flipping one's hand. However, the instant he charged and flipped his palm was enough for Chu Yang to stab the Calamity sword into his body, so he did not dare to. Chapter 2543. Just a little bit was enough to change the outcome of the battle. The 3 of them were determined to exchange their lives for a chance to destroy the enemy. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, Cloud Master's clone didn't fight back even though he was injured. He only dodged and avoided the situation where his speed slowed down. In his heart, no one else's life was as important as his own. Even if everyone else was added together, it wouldn't be as important as his. He only had one life. He had to protect his own life well. The 3 of them failed to hit him. They raised their sword lights again and waited for another chance. Faced with this situation, Cloud Master's clone was already gritting his teeth. The desperate attacks of the 3 guards had undoubtedly restricted him greatly. This restriction had already made him start to worry about his own life. But what he didn't know was that Chu Yang, who was chasing him from behind, was complaining even more, because Chu Yang could feel that the cultivation that he had forcefully increased was depleting rapidly. At this stage, it was already starting to run out of strength. The Calamity sword formation was also showing signs of collapsing. It wasn't because of discord, but because of the lack of strength. Sometimes a person's strength was limited. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have enough strength. The flaws in the formation were becoming more and more obvious. The most obvious one was the Sacrificial Maiden at the back. After all, This beautiful Wolf King wasn't familiar with this formation. Although she had tried her best to trust it, she still couldn't completely integrate herself into it, like Luo Kadi. Although Mo Le's situation was similar to hers, Mo Le had spent a lot of time with the Calamity Sword formation. She could be said to be the person who understood the Calamity Sword formation the most in the world besides the Calamity Sword formation itself. Her confidence in the Calamity Sword formation and the Calamity Sword formation wasn't something that the Sacrificial Maiden could compare to. In addition, her own cultivation was also above the Sacrificial Maiden's, so she could still hold on. But the Sacrificial Maiden was already at the end of her rope. If the Sacrificial Maiden couldn't hold on and fell from the team, then it would definitely cause a chain reaction. The battle formation would crumble in an instant, completely collapsing. In fact, everyone could sense this, including the Sacrificial Maiden herself. However, they were powerless against this reality. Chu Yang was also helpless. He had forcefully destroyed the valley several times. His dantian had long been emptied. There was not a single drop left. His vision was turning black. However, he still did not give up. His head, which was in so much pain that it was about to split open, was still racking his brains to come up with a solution. Never give up. Giving up meant death. He could only try his best to hold on and make his final effort. At this moment, Chu Yang really missed the sword spirit that he hadn't seen for a long time. If the sword spirit was still here, he would have more power and could even control the Calamity Sword on his behalf. If that was the case, the battle would have ended long ago. But now, all he could do was wait. He was waiting for the moment when the Holy Monarch's clone would turn the tables. Chu Yang had determined at the first moment that the 3 guards were harming him at the cost of their lives. This may have some effect, but it won't play a decisive role. In the end, it couldn't change the overall situation. Then, was there any other way to change this extremely passive situation so that they could safely defeat the enemy? The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more helpless he felt. Behind him, he could even feel Mo Tianji's burning gaze as he looked at him. He could feel Mo Qing Wu affectionately gazing at his back, while Mo Tianji was thinking of a solution. He was also hoping that he could think of a solution. However, Mo Qing Wu's love was unreserved. If I win, I'll laugh with you. If I lose, I'll fall with you. I'll follow you in life and death. I can't count on the sword intent. I can't catch up. I can't count on the sword intent. I can't catch up. I'm definitely not his match in a head-on battle. The 3 guards are risking their lives to stop him. It's futile. I still have a strong army, but they are all outside the valley. Moreover, their strength can affect the overall situation. Inside, except for the 13 people who are fighting with all their might, there's no one else alive. Chu Yang was at his wit's end. The only thing he could do was to mobilize the spiritual energy in the Calamity space and use every bit of strength he had. But the feeling of despair in his heart still rose uncontrollably. But the more this feeling rose, the angrier Chu Yang became. Why? We've been through so many life and death battles. Are we going to stop here? We haven't faced the real enemy yet. This is just a clone. Can it destroy us all here? Am I, Chu Yang, not only going to die, but also implicate my brothers and my lover? We still have to bring glory to purple cloud heavens and pacify the demons. There are still many paths ahead for us. I'm not resigned to this. I'm not resigned to this. How can I be resigned to this? An unprecedented violent emotion suddenly rose in Chu Yang's heart. Blood was already flowing out of the corners of his eyes. His eyes were blood red. Right at this moment, the sacrificial maiden finally exhausted her last bit of strength. She was swaying and could fall from the sky at any time. The Calamity formation immediately showed a flaw. The remaining people who were barely holding on also couldn't hold on at almost the same time. They were all about to fall. The formation that was originally in a state of dispersal suddenly showed signs of disarray. The three guards who were still trying their best to stop him closed their eyes. It's over. This battle is really a crushing defeat. And it's the kind of defeat where we can't turn the situation around. Once the formation is disrupted and the Saint's clone has a chance to breathe, they will immediately suffer the sharpest counterattack. And in such a situation, he can even easily strangle everyone to death one by one. He doesn't need to waste any more energy. Despair condensed in front of him. However, at the last moment, Chu Yang suddenly roared to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone naturally didn't understand why Chu Yang suddenly did this. Could it be that he spat out blood because of despair and anger? No, definitely not. But at the last moment, Chu Yang was finally able to completely gather the small golden person in his dantian and detonate it completely in his dantian, turning it into unparalleled power. Ignoring the excruciating pain that was worse than death, Chu Yang poured all his strength into the Calamity Sword. With this unprecedented tyrannical power, Chu Yang's body instantly turned into a furnace. He forcefully merged the sword intent and the Calamity Sword into one. His wrist shook. The Calamity Sword shot out like lightning with the power of wind and thunder. This sword already tore the space when it was released. The power of this sword, to a certain extent, could even be compared to the destruction of 10,000 tribulations. But Chu Yang didn't dare to use the destruction of 10,000 tribulations, because he wasn't himself now. Once he made his move, everyone would perish along with him. Then the meaning of risking their lives would be lost. Thus, Chu Yang could only do this. After the sword was released, before the result was determined, Chu Yang's vision was pitch black. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and then he lost all consciousness. He didn't even have time to see whether his sword had succeeded or not. He completely fainted just like that. Behind Chu Yang, the 8 people spat out blood at the same time. Their formation completely scattered in the air, like a fairy scattering flowers. They floated helplessly and fell downwards. The large amount of blood mist in the air almost condensed into a substance. Chu Yang and the others, almost at the same time, they spat out blood, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. The 3 7-stars Imperial bodyguards didn't even have time to catch Chu Yang and the others. They could only watch helplessly as the sword light passed by. That sword flew towards the Saint's clone like a meteor chasing after the moon. It was a sword strike that had gathered all of Chu Yang's strength. It was a sword strike that had returned to its original state. Enemy slayer. The Saint's clone faced this sword. He was actually scared before the battle even started, and only knew how to dodge with all his might. The fear on his face could be clearly felt even from several thousand feet away. The Calamity Sword that had lost Chu Yang's control. As if it had a life of its own, it persevered and chased after him, just like before. The only difference was that the Calamity Sword was faster than the Saint's clone. Maybe it was a long time, maybe it was just a moment. After a flash of light, there was a poof sound. The Calamity Sword was deeply inserted into the Saint's clone's back. The Saint's clone paused at this moment. He was originally flying rapidly, but he suddenly stopped completely in the air. There was no buffer at all. His face revealed an extremely cruel and desperate look. He used his hand to grab the Calamity Sword that was already in his body. However, the moment he grabbed the sword hilt, his hand had already become like a chicken's claw. It was actually shrinking all over. He, who had no strength to pull out the sword, could only let go. Then he started other actions, trying to struggle for survival. He could already clearly feel the taste of death, but he didn't want to give up. He only had one life. His desire to survive would never die. He screamed and swooped down quickly. The Calamity Sword shone brightly on his back, emitting a kind of demonic blood-red light. He rushed towards the mountain wall with the Calamity Sword just like that. With a loud boom, a big hole was made in the mountain wall. However, the Calamity Sword was still in his back. The devouring power was still in progress, as if it had grown on his body. He screamed and flew out from the pile of rocks. Suddenly, he roared and tried again. He actually split his body again. He used the phantom spirit transformation technique again. 3 phantom spirit transformation techniques appeared again. The moment they appeared, it wasn't to attack, but to escape. Without saying anything, they flew in 3 directions in a panic. This time, the Saint Monarch's clone was no longer an ordinary phantom, but a real soul phantom. Furthermore, all 3 phantoms were real. As long as any one of the phantoms could escape, then even if the Saint Monarch's body was destroyed and his cultivation was lost, he would still be able to make a comeback one day. Chapter 2544. These 3 figures were real, but at this moment they were all illusions. No divine weapon could cause too much damage to them. This was no doubt the Holy Sage's clone's final trump card. The Holy Sage's clone was confident that once he used this move, even if he was heavily injured, his life would be saved. However, the following changes were far beyond the Holy Sage's clone's expectations. The Calamity sword suddenly shone brightly. The 3 silhouettes had already dashed out, but they seemed to be forcefully pulled by an invisible force. Because of this invisible force, the silhouettes were twisted into strange shapes. They tried their best to break free from the pulling force, but they couldn't do so. The faces of the 3 incarnations were all pulled flat and deformed. They let out miserable screams together. In the sky, pieces of space gradually collapsed, and spatial cracks suddenly appeared. The 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators tried to escape into the space crack at the same time, but they were still pulled back by the invisible pulling force. Even though they had turned into thin threads, they were still being pulled back bit by bit. He was absolutely unwilling, but he couldn't get rid of it. He could only be pulled back step by step, inch by inch, getting closer to his own body. The Calamity sword trembled and emitted a kind of calmness and coldness. Faint blood-red halos quickly dissipated. The range were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that they had encountered the delicacy of their dreams and couldn't wait to chew. They couldn't allow this delicacy to escape from their mouths. The Holy Sage's clone screamed in despair. Finally, he seemed to have made an extremely difficult decision. The 3 divine transformation realm cultivators rushed back to his body. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly exploded. His flesh had been reduced to dust. Countless fragments scattered in the sky. At the same time, dozens of faint blood-red lights, mixed with the soul power of the clone, split into dozens of directions and flew quickly. This was the last resort that the Holy Sage's clone didn't want to use. Not only did he explode his own body, but he also had to forcefully split his soul into dozens of pieces. This kind of soul was extremely difficult to reunite, and the price was very heavy. However, as long as he could escape, it was worth it. The sword light of the Calamity sword suddenly flashed crazily. It seemed that this guy was very dissatisfied with this move at the last moment. It was very angry. The sword radiance immediately scattered in all directions. Countless tiny sword lights began to chase after the soul force that had exploded and escaped. The 70 to 80 strands of soul power from the Saint's clone were intercepted by the Calamity sword. Most of them, at most, only 1 or 2 strands managed to escape in the end. The Calamity sword stood alone in the sky, flickering with light. It seemed a little annoyed, but in the end it turned around and flew down. The sword light flickered and flew into the space between Chu Yang's eyebrows. It disappeared. All of these things seemed to take a long time to describe, but the process was actually very short. From start to finish, everything had happened in the blink of an eye, At this time, Chu Yang and the others descended from a height of several thousand feet. It was about to touch the ground. In their current state, if they were to free fall like this, there was no exception. All of them would be smashed to pieces, and their brains would be wiped out. At this moment, the 3 great protectors finally woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. They quickly moved and shook their hands to release a series of powerful chi. He supported the falling crowd and slowly lowered them to the ground. Only then did he realize that everyone, without exception, was unconscious. He believed that no one would know the final result of this battle. After settling everyone down properly, he laid them down flat. The three great protectors still hadn't recovered from the battle just now. Until now, they still couldn't believe that they had actually destroyed the clone of a Saint Monarch. It seemed that the strength of this doppelganger was much stronger than many people after this battle. One of the great protectors sighed deeply. He looked at the few young men and women who were still lying on the ground. There was only deep admiration left in his eyes. Yes, this battle, the changes in the battle were so complicated, but the duration was so short. The outcome was decided almost in a moment. Another guard said with some concern in his heart, "But in this short period of time, how many changes have occurred? How much power has been used by each of them? How shocking and terrifying is that the last great protector smiled bitterly. Yes, in this short period of time, the number of times the two sides changed their positions is at least more than 100,000 times. The rest can't be calculated at all. Chu Yang and His Majesty the Sky Emperor had the intention to fight with their lives on the line from the beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought so hard and so desperately. Yes, but I keep feeling that there's something I can't figure out. I also feel that it's strange, but I can't put my finger on it. According to common sense, it's definitely impossible to win this battle." When the three talked about the battle just now, there was still lingering fear in their hearts. Besides being dazzled and confused, they were even more puzzled. The first suspicious point of this battle is that we all know the Saint Monarch. Although the Saint Monarch might not know us, that Mo Tianji acted like he was unfamiliar with us at the very beginning and didn't do anything pretentious. Is there something we overlooked? One of them frowned and said, "This phenomenon is somewhat puzzling. Even if our disguise is flawless, this clone of the Saint Monarch wouldn't be so stupid as to not recognize the position of his original body, right? In this case, isn't our disguise for nothing?" The other two nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this matter, we really can't figure out the meaning behind it. Secondly, Minister Chu's cultivation is the highest among our group. Although he's certainly not a match for the Saint Monarch's clone, he shouldn't have been beaten into the mountains by the Saint Monarch in a single move. This seems to be a little fake. Perhaps it's a trick to underestimate the enemy." Another person pondered. "I think that's most likely the case." Another person said, "If not for this clone of the Saint Monarch would definitely not have waited for the brothers' battle formation to take shape. And if the battle formation didn't take shape, then everything would be empty talk. Perhaps we would have died a few hundred times already. But the most crucial part of this battle is still this battle formation. It forced the Saint Monarch into a state of special disadvantage. And the moment the battle formation took shape, Minister Chu and the rest firmly grasped the initiative and grasped the opportunity. The three of them shared one head. But why would the clone of the Saint Monarch allow the battle formation to take shape before making a move? One of the guards said, "Wouldn't that waste more effort? If it were me, I would have made a move at the first moment." The other two sneered in unison, "So you won't reach the level of the Saint Monarch in your generation." But they didn't know. Mo Tianji instantly sensed that something was wrong, so he asked, "Who are you?" This sentence would make the clone of the Saint Monarch think, "He doesn't know me?" Or "Why doesn't he know me?" And Chu Yang was exquisite. Immediately after, he said, "This is the Saint Monarch." This made the clone of the Saint Monarch feel as if he was seen through. It was very unreasonable to not know the Saint Monarch. But if he recognized him, there would be a feeling of a secret being leaked. These two sentences made the clone's mood fluctuate twice in a short period of time. Thus, there was a firm belief. These people must not be allowed to escape. Since this was the case, he couldn't leave first. This was an atmosphere of a battle to the death. The most fundamental purpose was to eliminate the possibility of the Saint Monarch immediately escaping once the situation was unfavorable. Immediately after, Chu Yang took the lead. With his cultivation, even if he was definitely not a match for the Saint Monarch, it was impossible for him to be defeated so miserably in one move. Moreover, the calamity sword being caught was even more intentional. The Saint Monarch's one move was enough to determine the strength of Chu Yang and the others. Thus, he was fearless and gave Chu Yang and the others time to set up the formation. Because he also wanted to catch them all in one go, he was afraid that someone would escape and leak the news. With these people entangling him, he was quite confident that a few of them would escape. This was a subtle psychological tactic, and when the Calamity Sword formation was formed, all of this would be logical. For Chu Yang and the others, it was only at that moment that they had a chance to fight with their lives on the line. Every word, every action, every expression, every action, every action, every action, every single one of them was indispensable. The three of them waited anxiously. At the same time, they cleaned up the valley and disposed of the corpses on the ground. Although the corpses were piled up like a mountain, broken limbs could be seen everywhere and blood flowed like a river. For Saint-level expert, moving mountains and filling seas was as easy as flipping one's hand. Dealing with these things was a trivial matter. A small matter like the sea turning into mulberry fields was done. After dealing with these eyesores, they waited for Chu Yang and the others to wake up. I have to say, the place that Master Yin chose to cultivate the 10,000 saints' true spirit is really not bad. It's full of beauty. After the three of them finished cleaning up, they were amazed by the environment and praised it. It's really not bad. When we retire from the heavenly court in the future, we can also set up a place like this to live out our remaining years and pass the time. One of them revealed a look of longing, but these few words, intentionally or otherwise, made the other two fall silent. After a long time, they laughed bitterly. Live out our remaining years. How can people like us live out our remaining years? Immortality is not necessarily a kind of happiness. Our descendants have all turned into dry bones hundreds of thousands of years ago. Our beloved women have long perished and ceased to exist. Living out our remaining years to us, these words are too extravagant. Yes, sometimes even I feel lost. I cultivate every day and neglect everything around me. Is it just to seek immortality for myself? Another person sighed. What's the point of such a lonely immortality? Yes, sigh, such immortality. How much loneliness and loneliness do we have to endure? How much separation do we have to endure? Actually, I feel that the pursuit of immortality, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than the fear of death. This guard's words made the other two roll their eyes. Chapter 2545. No wonder Luo Kudi kept calling him his brother, his boss. No wonder everyone treated each other like this. So that's why all of them were sacrificing like this. As the boss, Chu Yang did not hesitate to go to the extreme and self-destruct his dantian for the safety of his brothers. The sacrificial lady was very clear that at that time, if Chu Yang was even a little bit selfish, given that he had complete control over everyone, it would be easy for him to make anyone self-destruct their dantian. The mentality of sacrificing one's friends, but not himself, especially for martial artists, even to go all out and make everyone else self-destruct their dantians, leaving only Chu Yang alone. It was just a matter of a thought. It could be done with just a thought. However, at this time where there was bound to be sacrifice to ensure the safety of others, as the boss, Chu Yang, chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation. It turned out that in this world, there was really such a sincere relationship. There was really such a selfless friend who could sacrifice for his friends. At this moment, the shock that the sacrificial lady received was really incomparable. Time passed little by little. Everyone surrounded the unconscious Chu Yang and waited for him motionlessly. Mo Qing, who had already carefully wiped Chu Yang's face clean. At this moment, Chu Yang was still unconscious. Everyone was guarding him by the side. Waiting for their boss to wake up, everyone's face was heavy, tears flowing down their cheeks. They were all men who had survived hundreds of battles, but at this moment they were extremely weak. Chu Yang was still unconscious, not moving at all. Every time the brothers looked at him, sorrow came from their hearts, unable to be severed. "Boss, why are you so silly?" Chu Yang felt that he had fallen into a strange world. Before he fainted, he knew that he was really done for, and he could also feel the extreme pain coming from his body, as if he was being cut into pieces. However, at the moment when his dantian self-destructed at the same time, the pain that had just risen, just when he could not bear it, suddenly all disappeared. As if all the pain had been taken away, it also seemed to be his soul, leaving the body that was filled with trauma. Then, with a swoosh, he was wrapped in a glowing tunnel, instantly breaking through the nebula. Then, without knowing why, he felt that he had clearly seen another world. And then he naturally entered this world. At first, Chu Yang had thought that he had died and had gone to the so-called heavenly kingdom, the netherworld, or even the netherworld. However, when he looked around, he felt that this shouldn't be the heavenly kingdom. In that world, the heavens were limitless. The earth was boundless, and the stars were densely packed. The sun and moon seemed to rise and descend beside him. Looking at the sun in front of him that was countless times bigger than him, he couldn't feel any heat at all. What kind of place was this? This place seemed to encompass the universe, and he was only a grain of sand in Taitsang. But why was this place? Chu Yang asked himself in bewilderment. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He was very clear about the decision he had made in that instant. Even if he was lucky enough to survive by exploding his dantian, he would probably have no hope in martial arts in the future. However, he would never regret it. It is my responsibility to protect you. If boss didn't pay the price, who would? This was a matter of course. In addition, Chu Yang was also very clear about this. Even if he wasn't dead, he should still be in a deep coma. In a world like this, regardless of whether it was the netherworld or the Yang Pass, none of this should have happened. Then, was everything in front of him just a dream? An illusion of a dream? But this illusion was a little too realistic. All of a sudden, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his body seemed to be floating slowly, wandering in the sky. Although it wasn't as he wished, it was still pleasant. In this world, there was only a glowing palace at the very top. Above the palace entrance, there seemed to be 3 words shining brightly. In this light, Chu Yang tried hard to see what words were written on it, but he only felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He couldn't see anything clearly. He could only vaguely remember that there was one word, and it seemed to be the word heaven. The moment he saw this palace, Chu Yang had a strong feeling. It's lonely at the top. Heaven is below me, and only I am above. This palace seemed to be above the heavens and the earth, and above all things in the world. Perhaps there was already no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with this palace. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Even heaven and earth couldn't. Then, who was the person who lived in this palace? In the distance, dragons roared and phoenixes cried. A few golden dragons and phoenixes that were hundreds of thousands of feet long flew over, covering the sky and earth. Even the sunlight was blocked by their huge bodies. It was as if dark clouds covered the sky, and only darkness could be seen between heaven and earth. Chu Yang had seen Ao Sheun and Rue Butong transform into divine dragons and fire phoenixes many times. Chu Yang had praised them more than once, especially the dragon that Ao Sheun transformed into. From head to tail, it was no less than a few thousand feet. But now that he saw the golden dragons and phoenixes of this realm again, he felt that Ao Sheun and Rue Budong's transformations were at most small dragons and phoenixes. But the golden dragons and phoenixes seemed to be shrinking. As they approached the palace, they shrank. The closer they were to the palace, the smaller they became. When they flew to the front of the palace entrance, the dragons and phoenixes that were originally hundreds of thousands of feet long became only tens of feet long. They didn't even look at Chu Yang when they passed by him. They just flew straight past him. Then the golden dragons circled around and attached themselves to a huge pillar. The phoenixes flew one round and also perched on another pillar. Then the two pillars that the dragons and phoenixes perched on had already become exquisite works of art with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. Chu Yang looked at the pillars that were almost able to support heaven and earth. He couldn't help but blink in shock. On these pillars, there were countless golden dragons and phoenixes. There seemed to be other kinds of divine beasts as well. He recognized some of them, but most of them he didn't. Could they all be those terrifying existences just now? This palace that was above heaven and earth floated in the air just like that. But the feeling it gave off was that it was grand and majestic. It was as if no one could make this palace change, not even the slightest bit. It was as if heaven and earth had already existed. This palace had already existed. Or maybe this palace had already existed before this heaven and earth existed. It represented eternity. Chu Yang tried to take a few steps toward the palace entrance. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from the front. The pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, as well as all kinds of divine beasts. One of them suddenly opened its eyes and looked at him coldly. There were no words and no further movements. Chu Yang had only opened his eyes, but he could clearly feel that if he dared to take another step forward, his soul would scatter and scatter. He would become a delicacy in the stomach of this divine beast. This signal was extremely clear. It was extremely bad. Chu Yang was shocked and stopped in his tracks. That divine beast looked at him coldly. It also didn't move. However, that kind of earth-shattering pressure had already taken shape. It had turned into a substantial storm and was constantly spiraling in front of Chu Yang's body. A strong feeling of shock rose in Chu Yang's heart. There was actually such a divine beast in the world. These dragons, phoenixes, and beasts. The pressure they gave him was too strong. Or should he say, too terrifying. It couldn't be any stronger. Chu Yang had never seen such a thing in his life. It should be because the strength of these dragons and phoenixes was too terrifying. It seemed that any one of them was already stronger than the clone of Master Yin. In fact, even Dong Huang Shui Leihan, who was the strongest among all the people Chu Yang knew, was stronger than them. She might not be able to do so. What did this mean? Any one of the dragons and phoenixes here had the same level of strength as Shui Leihan. Note any one of them. They even surpassed Shui Leihan's peak cultivation. And these dragons and phoenixes were just decorations in this palace. They were just decorations and couldn't even be considered as guards. Then, what level would the real guards and owner of this palace be at? Wasn't that terrifying enough? Chu Yang subconsciously stopped. He raised his head and quietly looked at this majestic and solemn palace in front of him. His gaze was calm and peaceful. He, who was used to going through great storms, it was no longer easy to be shocked or to be intimidated. No matter how terrifying their strength was, it was no big deal unless they were dead. He understood everything with a single thought. After going through so many life and death experiences, naturally, the spirit of looking down on life and death was already formed in him. After a long time, the palace was still a palace. Chu Yang was still Chu Yang. He even started to pace slowly with his hands behind his back. It was as if this majestic palace in front of him didn't represent the supreme authority of the world, but merely a work of art that was worth admiring. Those dragons, phoenixes, and beasts were just purely decorations, and this place was naturally a tourist attraction. He only had one identity, a tourist. That was all. After another long time, a soft chuckle sounded and said, "Not bad." As this voice sounded, the terrifying pressure in front of him suddenly disappeared. It was as if there was nothing and the world was clear again. The divine beast on the pillar closed its eyes slightly. It didn't move at all. Chu Yang raised his head. Then he realized that in front of him, a young man in white had appeared out of nowhere. This young man in white was tall and handsome. His eyes were as clear and boundless as the starry sky. However, his face gave off an instinctive feeling of coldness. Just by being glanced at by this pair of eyes, Chu Yang felt as if he was standing naked on a mountain peak. Even his thoughts were seen through at a glance. Everything about him was exposed to this pair of eyes. "Who are you?" Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and asked in a very polite and respectful tone, which was very rare for him. The young man in white looked at him with a warm smile. "You will know who I am one day, but not now." Breaking out in the wee hours. Monthly votes list. Here we go again. The final madness. Chapter 2546. Chu Yang replied with an "oh" and said, "Then why am I here?" The young man in white looked at him with interest. "Didn't you think you were dreaming just now?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "But now I'm sure I'm not." The young man in white asked with interest, "Why?" "Because if I'm dreaming, I'm afraid I can't have such a dream for now." Chu Yang smiled and said frankly, "Dreams aren't reality. A thought is born. How do you know that you can't have such a dream?" The young man in white also laughed, as if he was chatting with an old friend, casual and easygoing, and his voice was warm. "What I see in a dream, if it's not man-made, is limited by my own vision. With my experience and knowledge, I can't have such a grand dream." Can I discuss something with you?" Chu Yang suddenly said. "Why did you suddenly say this when we were talking? What's the matter?" The young man in white asked with interest. "Can you not look at me like that?" Chu Yang said something that seemed to be very thought-provoking. Look at you. How am I looking at you?" The young man in white really didn't understand Chu Yang's words this time. "Your eyes are too sharp, as if you can see through everything about me. Everything. Forget about the 5 viscera, the original spirit and the primordial spirit. That thing has been seen by you. Although it's nothing much for a man to look at another man, it's still very embarrassing. Can you restrain yourself a little? After all, I'm not a woman." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I've always been very shy." The young man in white was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed. He laughed joyfully. "You're an interesting child. You're really too interesting. Before I said this, I didn't know you were such an interesting kid." "Kid?" Chu Yang was speechless. Looking at this guy's face, he seemed to be only a few years older than him. But he actually called him a kid so naturally? "Looking at my face, I'm older than you, okay?" Cough, cough. Let's go back to the original question. How did I come here? Chu Yang ignored the question of being called a kid and asked persistently. He knew that this topic couldn't be discussed. Although this guy in front of him looked young, he was definitely an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. Once the discussion started, his identity as a child would be completely confirmed. That would be too damaging to his self-esteem. If you changed your appearance to that of a white beard, it would be more acceptable. But to call me a child with such a tender face, because I wanted to see you, the young man in white said indifferently. "So you're here." Chu Yang, how could he say that? It seemed to be getting more and more. "You want to see me? Do I have to come?" No matter when. As if he had seen through Chu Yang's thoughts, the white-clothed youth smiled and said, "Yes, whoever I want to see, he will appear here. It doesn't matter if he's alive or dead, or what world he's in. As long as he exists in this world, it's just a thought from me." Chu Yang clicked his tongue. This sentence was even more awesome. "In the past few days, I've heard people say that you're a pretty good kid." The white-clothed young man said indifferently, "I was a little interested and wanted to take a look. Today I saw you. Not bad indeed." "Someone said that I'm not bad?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. "Who is it?" "Someone I know." "It doesn't seem to be someone you know. I can only say it's the person who said that you're not bad. He's a guy with high standards. The white-clothed young man smiled gently and said, "To be able to say that you're not bad from his mouth. In such a long time, you're the first one. Well, to be more precise, you're the only one." Chuyang smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that I'm so powerful. Whether or not you're powerful is a matter of opinion. It's just that we're fated to meet today." The white-clothed young man stepped forward and said, "Come, I'll show you around." Then, Chuyang felt that he had entered this majestic palace. The moment he entered, he clearly saw that the carvings of dragons and phoenixes on the pillars and all kinds of divine beasts lowered their heads at the same time. It was a kind of worship that prostrated themselves on the ground. In an instant, the scene flashed and a garden appeared in front of him. A young girl in white was walking slowly in the garden, as if she was going to walk under the blooming flowers and trees. This young girl in white was holy and gentle all over. Her beauty was unparalleled in the world. Her temperament also made one's heart feel tranquil. As long as one was by her side, one could feel a kind of natural peace and tranquility between heaven and earth. As soon as she saw the two coming over, the young girl in white came to his side and asked gently, "Master, who is this?" The white-clothed young man patted her head a little dotingly and said, "How many years has it been? How many times have I told you, don't call me master anymore? You've been an empress before. How can you still call me that?" The young girl in white smiled gently and said, "No matter how many years have passed, you're my master." The white-clothed young man chuckled and no longer forced her. He said, "He's a very interesting child. I'll show him around." The young girl in white nodded obediently. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly said, "Oh, right, master. Jian went out to fight again these few days. It's said that it's with that old black. He's never stopped." She wrinkled her nose, as if a little girl was complaining. Chuyang almost laughed out loud. The white-clothed young man shook his head helplessly and said, "If he stops, he won't be Jian. That guy too. What's the point of fighting that guy again and again? It's not that he doesn't respect us. He just doesn't want to call me master. This is also a reason, but he's still so relentless and has been fighting him for so many years. Master, it's not like you don't know about Jian's temper. Only the two of us can talk to him. Who else has he listened to? It's rare to have an opponent. It's not easy." The young girl in white rubbed her eyebrows in distress. "That's also true. Let him fight." The white-clothed young man actually skipped this topic and said, "Anyway, he won't be broken." "Oh, right. That guy didn't come these few days, right?" "He didn't come." The young girl in white clearly knew who her master was talking about. She smiled sweetly and said, "That guy joined forces with Old Black last time and beat Jian badly. After that, he didn't dare to come again. He's afraid of being beaten." The white-clothed young man couldn't help but laugh. The road of life is long. After such a long time, I really haven't seen anyone more slippery than that guy. Chuyang cursed in his heart. "You haven't seen GMO, Luo Kadi, Tan Tan. If you see them, you will feel that there are still many shameless and slippery people in this world." After saying a few words, the white-clothed young girl left. Chuyang continued to follow the white-clothed young man around the palace. He guessed in his heart, "This white-clothed young girl looks like a maid. Jian is their son? Old Black is their son's classmate? Or a friend, an opponent or something?" Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "This is—" The white-clothed young man said, "Yes, just now this is my wife." Chuyang opened his mouth, thinking that this was really strange. His wife called him master. He asked carefully that Jian is your son? The white-clothed young man looked at him with a strange face and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Jian is my brother." Chuyang opened his mouth again. In that instant, he felt a little flustered. The way this family addressed him, it didn't seem a little strange. What was this, and what was this, that Old Black is? Chuyang felt that he had heard this name from someone before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. That Old Black. The white-clothed young man looked at him with a smile. You really have a lot of curiosity. Chu Yang rubbed his nose, not feeling embarrassed at all, and said, The desire for knowledge is human nature. Who doesn't have a little curiosity? The white-clothed young man laughed. Since this is the case, seeing that you are pleasing to the eye, let me satisfy your thirst for knowledge. Come with me. He took the lead and walked away. My soul has been out of my body for such a long time. Will there be any problems? Chu Yang was a little hesitant. Chu Yang was also a great expert in cultivation. He had exploded his dantian, but he was still able to move freely at this moment. There was only one explanation, that his soul had left his body and entered a special place. But his soul had been out of his body for a long time, and his current situation was extremely bad. He was afraid that there would be problems, so he asked, Don't worry, with me here. How can there be any problems? The white-clothed young man said indifferently. This was just a simple sentence, but for some reason, the moment it came out of the white-clothed young man's mouth, Chu Yang clearly felt that the entire universe was trembling. It seemed that this sentence of the white-clothed young man was filled with the feeling that everything was under his control, that it was simply the supreme will of the heavens. It was even above the will of the heavens. While Chu Yang was carefully thinking about the meaning of this sentence, he heard the white-clothed young man say, Do you feel that you have been here for a long time? In fact, in your world, time hasn't moved. This is an application of the relative stillness of time, but you can't understand it at the moment. The white-clothed young man said indifferently, But when the time comes, you will naturally understand. An application of the relative stillness of time? Chu Yang was a little shocked. The same person here. Time is the same as usual, but the body on the other side can't feel the passage of time. You can say that, although you are a little narrow-minded. The white-clothed young man nodded slightly. Narrow-minded. Then can I understand that if the soul here has died of old age tens of millions of years ago, but the other side where time is relatively still is still young? Chu Yang opened his eyes wide. Although it's still a narrow-minded understanding, it's theoretically correct. The white-clothed young man looked at him with some interest. This is just a small trick. It's not worth studying so seriously. There are many other applications, such as turning back time. One can see 1,000 years later at a glance. The sea is like a drop of water. The universe is like a grain. It's nothing more than the transformation of time and space. It's really nothing. I'm too lazy to say. Just a sentence. You will understand when the time comes. Chapter 2547. Chu Yang coughed and resisted the urge to ask further, as well as the speechlessness in his heart. He originally thought that seeing those terrifying dragons, phoenixes, and beasts today was already very shocking. But he didn't expect that what was truly shocking was not even in the eyes of the owner of this place. There was actually someone who could use his own cultivation to do this, relative time, and he even claimed that this was just a small trick. Such a small trick. How heaven-reaching, how frightening, how frightening, how frightening was its power. If someone could create such a space for himself. Only half a day had passed outside, but 1,000,000 years had passed inside. If he practiced like this, wouldn't he be able to create a peerless master overnight in the eyes of outsiders? If such a method was used to cultivate talents, what kind of talents could be cultivated? This was the thought that flashed through Chu Yang's mind in an instant. What he didn't even know was that it was this strange idea that flashed through his mind today that would create another peerless, mighty figure that would dominate the universe in the future. Well, this seemed to be the story of another book. The next book will start this story. In front of him, a door appeared out of thin air. The young man in white said lightly with his hands behind his back, With your current cultivation, you can read 2 books in there. After you finish reading these 2 books, you can go back. Chu Yang looked at him doubtfully. Read books? Read 2 books? Read what books? He thought to himself, You brought me here like this, just to let me read 2 books? The young man in white laughed and said confidently, Whatever makes you happy. You can read whatever book you want. You can read whatever you want. Everything is there. But you are only allowed to read 2 books. What you read in the end will depend on your own luck. Then his whole person went into a trance and suddenly disappeared without a sound. A voice came from the sky. If you, we will meet again one day. At that time, I will allow you to read books in there for a month. The laughter still echoed in his ears. The young man in white had completely disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang turned his head to look. He saw that there was already a vast sea of clouds behind him. All he could see were white clouds and gray dogs. As for the majestic palace, it was all gone. But the house in front of him was clearly a part of the original palace. The palace was gone. The study room was still there. He shook his head. He stopped thinking about these mysterious things that were beyond his comprehension and walked forward. The door suddenly opened on its own. The next moment, Chu Yang felt that he had entered that room. As far as the eye could see, he only felt that his brain was really not enough. Inside this room, there was actually an incomparably vast space. This space was so big that Chu Yang felt that it was at least comparable to the territory of a kingdom in the lower 3 heavens. Every bookshelf, they were actually as tall as a mountain. This space is a study. In this vast space, there were rows and rows of neatly arranged books. I can only read 2 books. TSK, how interesting. Chu Yang inexplicably thought of this sentence at this time. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He couldn't help but mutter. He threw me into a sea of books and only allowed me to read 2 books. TSK, what a strange person, seeing so many books at once. Even Chu Yang couldn't make up his mind for a while. He believed that even if all the books in a country were to be added up, there wouldn't be so many books, right? But Chu Yang also knew that since there were books here, there definitely wouldn't be any duplicates. Then what do I want to read? What can I read in the end? Chu Yang stood at the door and fell into deep thought. If he couldn't determine what book he wanted to read before reading, then it meant that he would have wasted this opportunity. Moreover, Chu Yang realized that this out-of-body experience was definitely an unparalleled immortal opportunity. If he missed it, he would regret it for life. So he just stood there and asked himself, Chu Yang, what do you want to read? What do you need? For a moment, Chu Yang really didn't know what he wanted. He didn't know if it was far away or in another space next door. Just now, the white-clothed youth gently held the white-clothed girl's waist and used his hand to draw in the air. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in the air. In the mirror, it was the scene of Chu Yang in the study room. No matter how big or small, everything could be seen. Looking at Chu Yang standing in the study room in a daze, the white-clothed youth smiled meaningfully. There seemed to be a hint of mischievousness in his smile, as if he had played a prank on Chu Yang. I say, why are you still so naughty? The white-clothed girl said gently, giving him so many books at once, but only allowing him to choose 2 books. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for him? The white-clothed youth smiled. If it was an ordinary person, he would be forever lost in it. If it was a scheming person, he would also be lost in it. If it was an indecisive person, he would also be lost in it. He smiled faintly. Don't look down on it. It's just a study room. But in the world, there might not be one person who can really find the 2 books they want to read. His eyes looked into the distance and said, However, I have only seen one person who can choose the book he wants to read the most in the shortest amount of time. A strange smile appeared on his face. Who? The white-clothed girl asked. It's Jun Mo Xia. The white-clothed youth smiled. So it's him. The white-clothed girl understood and then asked curiously, What book did that little rascal choose? The white-clothed youth finally could not help but smile strangely. He chose the complete collection of Firmament erotic illustrations. What? The complete collection of Firmament erotic illustrations? The white-clothed girl was stunned. She stuttered. Her bright and beautiful eyes opened wide. Then she started to stammer. Then her face turned red and she said angrily, This little rascal dares to be so disgraceful. Of all the things to choose, he actually chose that. The next time he comes, I will train him. I will beat him up with my own hands." The white-clothed youth's prank succeeded in framing someone. He laughed loudly and seemed to be extremely happy. He thought to himself, if that guy knew that Chen was going to train him, he probably would not come in this lifetime. "It seems that I can really have peace for many years." The white-clothed youth looked at Chu Yang in the mirror, and his eyes finally showed appreciation. He said, just the first step alone he has already passed. In the face of so many temptations in front of him, he can finally calm down and think carefully about what he wants. This is already very rare. The white-clothed girl also praised. "This young man's temperament is very similar to yours." The white-clothed girl turned to look at the white-clothed youth. He plans before acting, his mind is tenacious, his personality is persistent, and he values relationships. The white-clothed youth nodded deeply. "But he is not as ruthless as me." The white-clothed girl snuggled in his arms and said, "Yes, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. Your ruthlessness is because of your experience, but he does not have your experience. On the other hand, you do not have his experience." "That makes sense." The white-clothed youth's eyes moved and said, he finally moved." In the mirror, Chu Yang opened his eyes and took a step forward. At this moment, Chu Yang had already woken up, completely woken up. "What do you want?" "What I want is eternity. What I want is eternity. What I want is the permanence of everything I care about. Eternity." This was what Chu Yang longed for the most. "But what do I need to use to get my eternity?" "This is what I want to choose today. Martial arts. Actually, I don't need 2 books. I only need to read one." Chu Yang's footsteps were firm as he stepped forward. A moment of enlightenment, a moment of enlightenment, an instant of enlightenment. On the first bookshelf, 10,000 schools of thought. Then, row after row, all of them were. Chu Yang only glanced at them without the slightest hesitation or pause. He walked over. Looks like he still chose martial arts in the end. The white-clothed girl sighed softly, seemingly a little regretful. He did not pass. "You are wrong." The white-clothed youth quietly watched Chu Yang's movements and said, "He also passed the second round." "Passed? Why?" The white-clothed girl asked puzzledly. "Last time, those who chose martial arts in the second round were all eliminated by you in the end. Why did you let Chu Yang pass when he also chose martial arts?" "Because Chu Yang chose martial arts because he had a purpose and something to pursue. He clearly knows why he chose martial arts. His real purpose is actually for love." The white-clothed youth said slowly, "In order to protect, martial arts is just a means to him, a means to achieve the goal, not the real ultimate goal. And those who I eliminated before, they did it purely for martial arts. Their only goal was martial arts. There is a fundamental difference between the two." The white-clothed youth said, "Chu Yang's greatest strength is actually his greatest weakness, that he can't let go." He sighed softly. Since he can't let go, he has to protect. And once he has the ability, it is true that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. He will never let go of anyone he cares about. This is his greatest weakness, that he is too tired of living. But today it is precisely because of this greatest weakness of his that he passed this round. The white-clothed youth smiled slightly. "You are wrong, I don't think so. In my opinion, this is not a weakness at all, but a strength through and through." The white-clothed girl said discontentedly, "Being responsible, unable to let go, being responsible. These are the most valuable qualities of a man." Chapter 2548. That depends on one's ability. The young man in white said deeply, "When one has the ability to do all this, that's an advantage. But when one doesn't have the ability and still can't let go of anything, that can only be the biggest weakness. In the end, one will die of exhaustion and achieve nothing. Moreover, Such a person has too many constraints. Once his family members are threatened by the enemy, it's equivalent to grabbing his weakness. At the same time, it's also touching his reverse scale. Such a person's life is really very tiring. The young man in white looked a little disappointed. Looking at Chu Yang, he was actually a little lost in thought. As if he was thinking of something from the distant past, the room suddenly became silent. The young girl in white slowly reached out and silently hugged his waist, as if silently comforting him. She said softly, "Tonight, I heard that Sister Yen and Sister Ro have specially made delicious food for you." The young man in white smiled. "Is that so? Then I'll really be in luck tonight." Step by step, Chu Yang walked past thousands of bookshelves. Tens of thousands of bookshelves. He glanced at them all and didn't stop at all. Until here, he had already come into contact with the martial way. Regarding this, Chu Yang still only glanced at it briefly. He walked past tens of thousands of bookshelves in the blink of an eye. Finally, his footsteps began to slow down. Here, the bookshelves were still bookshelves, but what was placed on them were no longer books, but pieces of sparkling jade. Sparkling and sparkling. Chu Yang knew that this was the legendary jade scroll of the highest level that recorded the secrets. This kind of legendary thing that people might not see even once in their entire lives was actually hundreds of thousands of them here. They were placed everywhere on the bookshelves. The closer to the end, the better it seemed. However, Chu Yang stopped in front of the first bookshelf. He saw a jade scroll. Fluorescent light flickered on it, and there were few words on it. So-called Tao. There were only these 3 words in total. Chu Yang stepped forward without hesitation and took the jade scroll in his hand. Then he released his divine sense to check it. Someone once said that Tao can be Tao, but it is not an ordinary Tao. However, what is Tao and what is not an ordinary Tao? Tao. It is Tao. People are different from people. Tao is different from Tao. A person exists in the world. There was always a way. However, if someone is wrong, their whole life will be ruined. If someone is right, they will give up halfway. This is also a regretful matter. Since ancient times, who could truly grasp their own Tao, walking down this path without regrets? How do you choose your own Tao? When Chu Yang saw this, he knew. This was what he was looking for. What he wanted to find was his own Tao, and the contents of this book could help him. Finding one's own Tao and surpassing one's own Tao would benefit everyone around him, his lovers, brothers, and parents. Family. Then he released his spiritual energy, completely enveloping the jade slip. Then he felt a burst of violent turbulence in his mind. The contents of the jade slip surged into his mind like a great river. He didn't know how much content there was inside. It was as if there was no end to them. Chu Yang closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the energy. Bit by bit, he didn't miss a single drop outside. The young man in white sighed from the bottom of his heart. He passed the 3rd level perfectly. Even I didn't think that he would really stop here. Moreover, he chose this piece of land. The young girl in white asked softly, "If I remember correctly, this should be the book you wrote, right? And it's the only book in the entire library that you wrote with your own hands." The young man in white nodded slightly. "That's right. This is that book. And it was after writing this book that I truly stepped into the supreme, great Tao. But this book is not about martial arts after all. It doesn't even belong to the category of martial arts." The young girl in white said, "There's only your comprehension in it." Yes, the content inside is not purely about martial arts, but it includes all. Das. The young man in white smiled faintly. Actually, obtaining this book is equivalent to obtaining half of the library. The young girl in white opened her eyes wide in surprise. Now, it's time to look at the 4th level. The young man in white's eyes flashed. If he can really, then this Chu Yang's future achievements will not be inferior to anyone. Aren't there only 3 levels? Why is there a 4th level? The young girl in white was a little surprised. Let's wait and see. The young man in white smiled. Only he will appear in this fourth level. In the void image, Chuyang closed his eyes peacefully, concentrating on digesting the huge amount of information in the jade slip. After a long time, the magnificent light emitted by the jade slip finally weakened gradually, and finally, only a soft sound was heard. With this soft sound, the jade slip quietly turned into fragments. Countless fragments slid down from his fingers. Chuyang, who was in the situation, let out a long sigh. This jade slip was actually a one-time use. If he couldn't accept it all at once, it would cause an irreparable regret. Looking at the huge amount of information inside, and even some very scattered, Chuyang felt as if he had suddenly entered an unparalleled treasure trove. Although he knew that this was what he was looking for, he didn't expect that he would gain so much from it. There were many theories that he had never seen or heard of before. For example, this sentence: some things can be overflowing because the masses need them. But if the highest level of things also begin to overflow, then this world will have no high level. Everyone will become mediocre. This sentence made Chuyang slap the table in praise. For example, the tribulation heaven mental cultivation technique was the best mental cultivation technique that Chuyang knew at present. But if everyone in the entire continent had a copy, then no one would be able to cultivate it to the peak. People always wanted to be unique. If they had it, others also had it, then they wouldn't care about it. At least, they wouldn't cherish it so much from the bottom of their hearts. Tao is your heart. What Tao does your heart yearn for? How to find it, how to grasp it. The information contained in the jade slip. Throughout the entire jade slip, there was no martial technique at all. It was like a person who had accumulated all kinds of fragmentary insights over a long period of time. But these fragmentary insights were all-encompassing any profession, any cultivation, any realm, any heaven and earth, any mystery they were dipped in. Every sentence recorded in this jade slip was thought-provoking. Chuyang closed his eyes, and his heart was filled with emotions. This was what he really needed. If he found any divine technique in this jade slip, even if it was the #1 divine technique in the world since ancient times, even if it was a supreme technique that surpassed the tribulation heaven divine technique. But after all, it was a path that others had already walked, a path that had been completed, a path that had reached the end. Even if he walked it again, he would only be stepping on the footsteps of others. At that time, no matter how high his achievements were, there would be a limit, and there would always be a shadow in his heart. He would always feel that there was someone in front of him that he couldn't surpass, and would never be able to surpass. But although this book didn't have any profound cultivation techniques, it was teaching him to walk a brand new path that belonged to him. Then my path, my front is blank. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? This path had no end to it. There was no end to it. At Chuyang's current cultivation, at his current realm, what he really needed the most was this. Chuyang was already very satisfied to have obtained this insight. Then he immediately turned around. Without any hesitation, he walked out. In the room, the girl in white looked at Chuyang in astonishment. Didn't you give him the leeway of 2 books? Why did he just read 1 book and leave? He didn't miss it at all. The white-clothed youth looked at Chuyang with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. He said, "This is his 4th test, and it was a perfect pass. In the next few years, I'm afraid that another peak-level expert will appear in this world. Together with us, he will be immortal and indestructible, an eternal existence, control the heavenly Tao, and be supreme. This test is..." The young man in white looked at Chuyang's figure walking out of the room and smiled. "Greed." The girl in white nodded in understanding. Yes, not only was Chuyang not greedy, but his control of his greed had reached a strict level. The young man in white reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. He said, "Chen-er, you have become stupid." The girl in white smiled shyly. "I know that you understand these questions, but you still have to ask me and pretend that you don't understand. In fact, You just want me to talk more." The young man in white sighed softly. "All these years, not only me, but all of you have also been lonely. We are really too lonely. But you don't have to worry about me. I am fine, really." The girl's beautiful face showed a sense of relief. "As long as you are fine, we are all happy. We have long agreed on this." The young man in white laughed. "Don't you think that watching these little guys fooling around every day is actually kind of fun?" The girl in white nodded in agreement. "Also, every now and then, there will be new people coming in. It can be more lively." The girl in white's beautiful face showed a trace of a smile. "In fact, it is much stronger than before, especially since June Emosia, that evil and lawless guy, came in. This world has become much livelier. You don't know, that guy has already made a few people complain to the heavens. That guy has now learned to steal things." The young man in white smiled helplessly. "It is said that little Seven has already left home. Even if you beat her to death, she will not be June Emosia's neighbor. I really can't afford to hurt her." Chapter 2549. Next month, the proud world will be finished. It's been 3 years. This month will be the last time the proud world shines. How many 3 years are there in a person's life? And in these 3 years we have walked together. We have watched Minister Chu rise from nothing, step by step, step by step, step by step, all the way until now. Now we have reached the final moment. I have often thought, what do we have to do? Minister Chu has never fallen behind anyone. Mo Tianji controls the world. Gudu Xing is as sharp as a sword and unyielding. Dong Wushang is as majestic as a mountain, madly fighting the world. In the next month, they will leave us. I think we should give our favorite brothers a glorious departure. Use a selfless battle to bear witness to our 3 years of companionship. I haven't fought for votes for almost a year, but my fighting heart is still there. The Jianghu is still there. The proud world is still there. You are still there. The battle is still there. What will happen when the proud world unsheathed its sword after a year of silence? Do you still remember that sentence? You dance with me, Jade Sky, and I dance with you, proud world, begging for votes, for glory, for the final bloom, for the never-before-seen #1, for the 3 years of companionship, for a clear departure next month. Let us fight until the heavens and earth are turned upside down again. Fight until the sky is dyed red again. Let the Jianghu tremble for us again. Let the world tremble for us. Let this storm rise because of us. No complaints, no regrets, no fear. Time can wear away. The battle spirit will never fade. Fight until the mountains collapse and the earth rends. Fight until the spirit returns to the bowels. The proud world is just like this. Come on, brothers and sisters. Let us shout the slogan that has been silent for a year. Who will dance with me? Who will accompany me to conquer the world? Who will allow me to be the monarch? Who will accompany me to conquer the world? Begging for votes. Fiercely smash it out. Fight. July belongs to the proud world. Fight. Begging for votes. Today, 10 chapters. Let us go crazy. Chapter 2550. The white-robed girl's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled, especially that god of fortune brother of his. He is truly the #1 money grubber in the world. He has hundreds of thousands of treasures in his hands, but he still cries about being poor every day. Every day, he thinks of ways to take advantage of these people's treasures. Who would be able to stand it? And June Emosia is forever helping the tyrant, fanning the flames and looting a burning house. Last time, Ling Yunpeng had just refined a treasure when he was targeted by that little bastard. He forced Ling Yunpeng to make a bet with him. In the end, Ling Yunpeng lost the bet. If you want to bet, you have to be fair. If you want to bet, you have to be fair. However, that little bastard took away the treasure when he won and acted shamelessly when he lost. He fought and didn't admit it. This made Ling Yunpeng so angry that he fainted. By the time Ling Yunpeng went to look for him. That little bastard had already dismantled the treasure into a pile of materials, saying that he wanted to study it and mass-produce it. That's fine, but in the end he didn't produce anything. He even told Ling Yunpeng that it was for research and for the future. That's fine, but then he pestered Ling Yunpeng and asked him to refine 3 or 5 more treasures for him to practice on, saying that he would definitely be able to mass-produce it in the future. It's said that Ling Yunpeng was so angry that he vomited blood. He simply joined hands with a few people to find trouble with him, but I don't know what the final result was. Let me tell you, that little bastard has really angered everyone. He definitely didn't get any better. He just didn't have the face to say it. The white-robed girl spoke excitedly, taking pleasure in Ling Yunpeng's misfortune. You've really guessed wrong this time. The white-robed youth replied. Jun Mo Xie saw that Ling Yunpeng had invited so many helpers to find trouble with him. He actually came early and said that he wanted to have a one-on-one fight with Ling Yunpeng. Ling Yunpeng also wanted to settle his grudges as soon as possible, so he agreed. But in the middle of the fight, that young man released all his wives, and everyone started to fight together. Faced with so many younger brothers and sisters, the third brother was too embarrassed to fight. But Jun Mo Xie's wives were not ordinary people. They were beaten up on the spot and cried out in pain. And the helpers that Ling Yunpeng had invited were actually held hostage by Jun Mo Xie. Under a series of threats, not only did they not help Ling Yunpeng, they also attacked Ling Yunpeng. Instead, they joined hands and beat up third brother. Ling Yunpeng was beaten up so badly that he went back to his Guangzhou continent with his and nose bruised. Ha ha ha. The white-clothed girl was rocking back and forth with laughter. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. I'm dying of laughter. That little one is too talented. That's why that guy won't target us. That's already not bad. The white-clothed young man chuckled and said, but he's playing with a monkey now, so he shouldn't have the time to cause trouble. Playing with monkeys? The white-clothed girl frowned. Yes, the world is really full of coincidences. He's in my hometown right now, playing with a bunch of dwarves on the island, and when they have nothing to do, they will go to the bottom of the sea to fart, and then there will be earthquakes there. Or when they blow air into the sky, the wind will howl. Occasionally they will rub their snot, and the volcano will erupt. In any case, natural disasters and man-made disasters happen one after another. I think, sooner or later, those dwarves will all fall apart because of him. The white-clothed holy maiden widened her eyes and laughed so hard that she almost choked. How can there be such an interesting little guy in this world? Ha ha ha, so determined. The white-clothed young man praised. The white-clothed girl also sighed softly. Chu Yang on the screen turned around without hesitation. He walked out resolutely and looked straight ahead as he walked past hundreds of thousands of bookshelves that were full of temptation. He didn't even look back. When he reached the door, he pushed it open without hesitation and flashed out. This kind of determination and lack of reluctance made the white-clothed young man speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, I take back my previous evaluation. This guy is really as ruthless as me when it comes to making choices. At most, he's just a little bit worse. The white-clothed girl's face was full of smiles. Suddenly she said, This 4th level, is it really a perfect pass? The white-clothed young man nodded and said, It's indeed a perfect pass, but the white-clothed girl heard him and asked, What? Are there any other variables? The white-clothed young man chuckled and said, His decisiveness, lack of greed, and ruthlessness allowed him to pass perfectly. However, there's actually a hidden secret in this 4th level. Previously, I gave him a hint that wasn't really a hint, but he didn't seem to realize it. If he understood this, he would be able to pass perfectly. So, in terms of intelligence, he's still a little bit worse than me. The white-clothed girl was stunned and said, Is that so? What kind of hint is it? How can it be considered a perfect pass? The white-clothed young man said in a deep voice, Find the other book. The other book means the contents of the other half of the library. Obtaining all the contents of the library is a perfect pass. Because the other book is because of my hint. It's not greedy, but he ignored it. The white-clothed girl pondered for a long time. Suddenly she said, "The other book you're talking about, it can't be the biography that the person wrote for you that day, right?" The white-clothed young man said proudly, "Isn't it that biography? That biography that records my life experience. How wonderful! How legendary! How legendary! How mythical! Even half of the library is not enough to describe it." The white-clothed girl was stunned on the spot. After a long time, she said, "How can that bastard little Junimo Sia be as shameless as you? In the entire universe, who can be as shameless as you? It turns out that there's really no limit to a person's shamelessness." Chu Yang's front foot had just stepped out of the door when he immediately felt pain all over his body. This kind of pain was practically worse than death. It was as if every muscle in his body had been cut into 8 pieces and then sprinkled with salt, lowered to the point where it was burned on fire. Finally, it was sprinkled with chili and further conditioned. Ouch! He had just walked out of such a comfortable environment and was immediately beaten down to the 18th level of hell to be tortured. It was such a huge contrast that Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a miserable groan. "Boss is awake!" Immediately, there were thunderous cheers all around. Chu Yang felt as if his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds. He tried very hard for a long time. Then he forced himself to open his eyes with great difficulty. Then he felt a teardrop fall on his face. Mo Ching Wu's beautiful face was in front of him. She was crying and laughing at the same time as she looked at him. "Is everyone still alive?" Chu Yang's eyes moved as he asked with difficulty. This was the question that Chu Yang was most concerned about. Just now in the illusion, he stuttered when he spoke. But now that he woke up, he realized that it was very difficult for him to even move his tongue. But his eyes finally saw Emo, Tianji, Dong Wushang, and Xie Danqiang. Everyone's faces were covered in tears. Everyone is alive, alive and well. Emo, Tianji sniffed. His eyes were a little red. He sighed as if to cover it up and said, "Originally, everyone was already in despair. I didn't expect to still be alive." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Sisters-in-law, are you all well too?" "All well, all well." The sacrificial maiden and Emo Lei hurriedly answered. "Qinggu." Chu Yang's eyes moved. Emo Qinggu hurriedly wiped away her tears. "I'm fine too. I'm fine. Have a good rest. I'm right beside you." After asking all of them and getting the answer that they were safe and well, Chu Yang was finally relieved. Emo, Tianji said, "The saint's doppelganger was smashed into pieces by your sword. His godly spirit was scattered into 70 to 80 parts. In the end, only one managed to escape. I reckon that even if this godly spirit really managed to escape, it's not much different from having its soul destroyed. It probably won't have anything like memories." Only then did Chu Yang feel completely relieved. Although Emo Tianji only said, "Probably won't," since it came from Emo Tianji's mouth, Chu Yang believed that it wasn't too far from the truth. This was good. It wouldn't affect the subsequent actions. "All right then, I really have to rest for a while." Chu Yang said softly, "Everyone, help me clean up this place carefully. Tianji, send someone to bring Lud and the rest in. Seal the cave entrance completely. Modify the array outside. We need to recuperate for a while here. If we go out rashly once we encounter a strong enemy, we'll really be wiped out. And the saint knows about this place. We have to be careful about this." Mo, Tianji nodded. "I understand. Rest assured and recuperate. Leave all these things to me. Don't worry about anything. Quickly think of a way to let yourself get better. This is the most important thing." Chu Yang forced a smile. "Isn't it just an exploded dantian? Don't worry. Others may not have a way, but I definitely have a way." When he said this, even Mo Tianji, who had always been calm and reserved, cheered. Everyone's worried expressions immediately turned into joy. You have a way. That's great. Luo Kadi wiped his tears. When Chu Yang was seriously injured just now, he didn't cry like this. But now that he heard that Chu Yang was fine, he was so happy that tears also flowed out. He hurriedly wiped his tears and laughed. I'm not crying. Ha! Ha! I'm really not crying. What are you all looking at? I already said that I'm not crying. Be careful, or I'll hit you. Everyone burst into laughter. Emo Chingu wiped her tears and smiled exceptionally brightly. She carefully carried Chu Yang and walked towards a room that had been tidied up. The sacrificial maiden and Emo lay, rushed in and quickly tidied up the bed. They took out brand new bedding from their space rings. The group of brothers wanted to come in and guard, but were chased out by the 3 women to recuperate. The chatter and laughter outside also gradually grew louder. Everyone was exceptionally happy. I knew it. Boss is the tribulation, sword master. How can such a small injury affect him? That's right, that's right. He'll definitely be full of energy again tomorrow. That damned Mo Tianji. His words almost scared me to death. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to scare us? You almost made me cry. Don't you know that a man's tears are very precious? Everyone was happy since Chu Yang had said that his injuries weren't serious. So they began to look for Mo Tianji to settle old scores. Chapter 2551. Because everyone felt that they had cried just now. That was too shameful. It was too damaging to the image of iron-blooded men, especially when there were 3 women present when they cried. This was all Mo Tianji's fault. If they didn't find trouble with him, who would they find trouble with? They couldn't let him go no matter what. Xia Dan Xiong glared at him. Mo Tianji, you must give me an explanation today. I'm a dignified heavenly emperor. I have some status, but I cried in front of my subordinates. This was all your fault. You, don't run away. Everyone caught up and dragged Mo Tianji, who was about to escape, back to the fierce tri-hull joint hearing. Mo Tianji laughed awkwardly and said, that. I didn't think of it. But in principle, that. Mo Tianji was firmly held down by these people. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity. Moreover, these guys had experienced great joy and great sorrow after the big battle. So they definitely needed to vent their emotions. According to the current situation, they obviously wanted to vent their emotions on him. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and admitted his mistake in a very straightforward manner. His posture was extremely humble as he said, "No matter what, I was indeed wrong in this matter. This is an undeniable fact that cannot be erased. I think that there's nothing wrong with everyone beating me up. Of course, we were worried about Big Brother's safety at that time. Who would laugh at us? Don't you think so? Who would laugh at us?" Mo Tianji saw that the complexions of these people were slowly turning for the better. So he became even more eloquent as he sighed. I can't believe that I, the master of calculation and manipulation, have made a mistake in my calculations today. Hey, what's the use of this controlling the world that I've learned? Sigh. This makes me feel infinitely defeated. His face was full of disappointment as he spoke. Mo Tianji's eyes secretly drifted over their faces as he spoke. Sure enough, Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi couldn't bear it anymore. They seemed to want to comfort him. Mo Tianji was overjoyed, but he continued to sigh with even more melancholy. I seem to feel that I am somewhat powerless. I'm really tired. Sigh. This job of a think tank is really tiring. It's what I should do if I do well. But if I don't, it's all my fault. Everyone's expressions were already very calm, and they even seemed to be sympathizing with a certain best actor. It turned out that the best actor in the Heaven Palace wasn't the King of Hell, but the King of Hell's brother-in-law. Seeing that his acting had succeeded, Mo Tianji followed up with another attack and used his ultimate move. He sighed and said with seemingly infinite disappointment, Although Big Brother has his own way of dealing with this matter, and I don't have a way of dealing with it. And I didn't know that Big Brother would have a way of dealing with it beforehand. But after all, it's still my miscalculation that caused the brothers to be so worried. If you want to beat me up to vent your anger, it's only right. Come on." As he spoke, he covered his head with both hands and squatted on the ground like a hoodlum. Everyone looked at each other. After what third Mo did, who would have the nerve to go up and beat him up, ravage his already fragile soul again? But if they didn't beat him up, when would they find such a heaven-sent opportunity again? Beating up Mo Tianji was something that everyone had been thinking about and looking forward to for a long time, but they had never been able to do it. It was really a pity to let go of this opportunity so easily in the end. Mo Tianji still underestimated the brothers' vengeful mentality and strong desire for revenge. Luo Ku frowned and was the first to speak. He said suspiciously, "I say, this guy isn't pretending, right? The master of calculation and manipulation." As soon as the sentence came out, the group immediately echoed. Xia Danqiong frowned. "I also think that this guy is pretending. Yes, I think so too." Rue Butong fanned the flames. "This guy is really good at pretending to be pitiful. And this guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. Who knows if he really feels guilty or not? I think it's hard to believe." "That's true. Logically speaking, Mo Tianji should be very happy right now. But he's acting so sad. It's really a little fake like acting. That makes sense. It's like acting too fake. It's just too fake. This bastard is playing with us like children. He's definitely pretending. This despicable bastard is still deceiving us, deceiving our feelings. This guy is a liar. He won't change even if he dies. He's too despicable. I'm so angry. I'm going crazy. I almost fell for his trick again. I'm going crazy too. I almost got deceived by him again. I actually sympathized with him just now. What should we do? Beat him up." Mo Tianji saw that he could no longer keep up the act. Seeing that the situation was not good, he leaped up and was about to escape. However, facing the pursuit of several great experts of the present age, he was immediately thrown to the ground. He begged for mercy, but no one answered. In any case, one thing was confirmed. This guy is really pretending. Wow, I'm so angry. Beat him up. Too despicable. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of punching the sandbag, accompanied by Mo Tianji screams, rang out continuously. When Chu Lu Taibu Tianji Mo and the rest came in and saw the scene, they only saw Luo Ku and Rue Butong's excited faces, Dong Wushang and Xia Danqiong's happy faces, laughing loudly. "I can finally beat him up, justifiably. This feeling is simply too good. Waha, that's right. I've beaten so many people, but I've never felt so good before. Beating Mo Tianji is just too good. It's too good." Again, GMO was instantly energized. He flew up and said, "I'll do it too. Puff." "Fuck, GMO, what do you know? This has nothing to do with you." "Ouch. I don't know anything. But when everyone is angry, I'll be angry too. If everyone feels good, they'll have to bring me along." GMO was unreasonable. He went up and beat Mo Tianji while he was down. If there were grievances, he would seek revenge. Puff, puff, puff. When Chu rushed back and rescued Mo Tianji's face had already turned into a pig's head. His nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen. He pointed his fingers one by one and said, "Good, you guys are really good. Just you wait." Everyone roared with laughter and was in high spirits. Although they were muttering in their hearts about Mo Tianji's revenge, they felt inexplicably good when they saw his current appearance. They felt satisfied, as if they had finally taken this guy down from his pedestal. They were very satisfied. "Today, even if we'll be pranked by you in the future." Luo Ku and GMO sighed in satisfaction. "It's worth it." Mo Tianji pointed his finger at these two mischievous fellows. He was exasperated. Man proposes, God disposes. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you owe. While Mo Tianji was being beaten up by everyone, Chuyang had already sunk into deep meditation. He said it casually, but he knew in his heart that the injuries he had suffered this time were not light. Not only were they not light, but it was also hard to say if he could recover completely. Even if he could recover completely, he did not know if his cultivation, which had reached the peak of the saint level, could recover to what extent he could recover. The situation this time was really not optimistic. At least, Chuyang himself did not know what the final outcome would be. The foundation of a martial artist, the dantian, was completely shattered. That little person had also disappeared without a trace. There was no trace of him at all. This was almost an incurable injury. There was no way to treat it at all. If the physical body was injured, the muscles and bones were damaged, and even the meridians were damaged. These would not be a problem. With heavy pills, great elixirs, life spring water, and other top-grade healing medicines, what injury could not be healed? However, if the dantian was damaged or even completely shattered, it was a very different situation. Although the dantian was located between the muscles and bones of the physical body and the meridians, it was an existence that existed between reality and illusion. To say that it existed was indeed true. Even an ordinary person could sense its existence by exerting force. However, to say that it could truly appear as a real individual was absolutely difficult to do. This time, Chuyang risked his life and forcefully exploded his dantian. He even turned all the little people in his dantian into power to create the most extreme attack power to destroy the enemy. However, this was an extreme method of injuring himself first and then crippling the enemy. Even if he could cripple the enemy, he would not be able to recover. What was even more unfortunate was that from the book that he had just obtained, Chuyang truly understood what this little person was and what it represented. At this moment, his intestines were almost green with regret. It turned out that this little person that he had always thought was pregnant and worried about whether they would run out of his stomach was actually called a nascent soul. In addition to representing an extremely high level of cultivation, it was also an extremely precious source of life. In addition, it was a unique symbol of reaching a certain level in the path of cultivation. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, he would be able to smoothly reach a whole new height. But now, it had all turned into nothingness. However, Chuyang was not worried, because Chuyang knew that although he did not know what to do now, when he truly understood that book, there would definitely be a way. Perhaps this was the true meaning behind the Supreme Existence's desire to have a look at him. Regarding this, Chuyang firmly believed that his guess was not wrong. Chuyang took the heavy pill and life spring water and entered a state of meditation. However, he knew that the heavy pill that had always been omnipotent was actually ineffective this time. It was completely unable to make up for the injury this time. He could only silently mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and heal himself in the most primitive way. He could not let Mo Tianji and the others know. At this moment, Chuyang was truly grateful for one thing. It was precisely because of this that he did not have to completely despair. Chapter 2552. That was when Chuyang was at the bottom of the lake of despair. He felt that he was about to break through, but he resisted the urge to do so. After he came out, he heard about Dong Wushang's matter and rushed over. He didn't have any time to break through. The enormous power that he had obtained from his breakthrough had always been hidden within his body. And it was precisely that enormous hidden power that had saved his life at the most critical moment. It also gave him a chance to make a comeback. If he had already broken through during the battle, he might not have had the chance to defeat Cloud Lord's clone. It was very likely that he would have lasted a little longer, but still had to choose this extreme path in the end. But if that was the case, he would really be finished. He would be completely finished. There would be no way to turn things around. At least the heavens are always looking after me. The heavens don't want me to die. A smile appeared on Chuyang's face. It's great that there's hope. He didn't break through immediately. Firstly, He was worried that he would destroy the underground world. Secondly, he didn't want his cultivation to be too far away from his brothers. That would hurt their confidence. A momentary choice had far-reaching consequences. It gave him a chance to make a comeback now. Chu Yang sighed. Humans should be more considerate of others. Only then will there be good karma. He worked hard to gather spiritual energy into his broken dantian and started the process of rebuilding. There was a way, but it might take a long time. This didn't matter as long as there was hope. During the process of repairing his dantian bit by bit, his primordial spirit had nothing to do. He opened the book in his sea of consciousness and read it bit by bit. The more Chu Yang read, the more he felt that it was mysterious. It was as if all the mysteries of the universe were in it. Finally, Chu Yang's whole body shook the moment he accidentally read a certain sentence. This shook Tai Butian, Mo Qinggu, and Wu Qianshan, who had been guarding at the side all this time, and they were all shocked. Chu Yang was seriously injured now. Such a shake might not be a good sign. Just as they were worried, but didn't dare to act rashly, they saw Chu Yang suddenly open his eyes and cheer. There's finally a way. There's really a way. It can be done like this. The mysteries of creation are truly endless. There are only things that can't be imagined, but there's nothing that can't be done. The three women looked at each other in dismay. They didn't understand what he had just said. They were just about to ask when they realized that Chu Yang had already closed his eyes impatiently. Tao, what is Tao? Tao is Tao. Qi? What is Qi? All the Qi in the world was formed from water. Qi was water and it was life. Therefore, Qi travels through the air, the earth, the water, the mountains, and even the living beings. It is the lifeblood of all living beings in the world. Qi was the lifeblood of all living things in the world. These words shocked Chu Yang so much that his scalp went numb. The meaning of these words was easy to understand. Everyone needs to breathe. However, on a deeper level, it meant survival. All living things were living things, including plants, mountains, rocks, heaven, and earth, including all living things. If there was energy, there would be meridians, and only then could one begin to cultivate. These words placed all living beings in the world on equal footing, and this was something that Chu Yang had never thought of before. Man has a body, and then there is the Tao. There is Tao in the body and Tao outside the body. The Tao in the body is nothing more than blood vessels and meridians. However, the Tao outside the body is the Tao in the world, the Tao to move forward. Man can cultivate, but can the mountains and rivers? Can. Can the sun, moon, and stars? Can. Can all living things in the world? Can. Can a plant or a tree? Can. The four, yes, really made Chu Yang feel as if he had been enlightened. The mountains have their Tao, the sky has its Tao, the earth has its Tao, and the flowers and trees have their Tao. Just like how man has his body before his Tao, the Tao in the body has its Tao before its body. The mountains and rivers have soil, sand, and rocks as their bodies, and spring water flowing through them as their meridians. Therefore, they can live forever. This principle is the same as man. The earth is the same. The Tao of heaven has the vast starry sky as its meridians, and the boundless sky as its body. Therefore, it can live forever. The Tao of heaven is life, and so are the mountains and rivers. Therefore, there is life everywhere, and there is death everywhere. Seeing this, Chu Yang recalled the incident where the divine soul absorbed the death aura of flowers in Luohua City. At this moment, when he compared it with these few sentences in this book, he was really enlightened. The biggest mistake in human cultivation is to cultivate the qi in the body. This is called inferior cultivation. Those who can balance the yin and yang qi are inferior cultivation. Those who can absorb the spiritual qi around their body are inferior cultivation. Those who can absorb the essence of the sun and moon are inferior cultivation. Those who can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth are superior cultivation. Those who can cultivate with nothing are superior cultivation. Only those who can cultivate with nothing are superior cultivation. The mountains can absorb its heaviness. The water can absorb its spirituality. The sky can absorb its vastness. The earth can absorb its boundlessness. The grass can absorb its clarity. The beasts can absorb its vitality. In this way, nothing can't enter my body, and nothing can't help me cultivate. The world is with me, and the sun and moon are with me. This is the real mystery of the mystery, the gate of the great Tao. Those who enter this door, all injuries and injuries are of no concern to them. In an instant, Chu Yang saw a bright path to a speedy recovery. Even if he had any more injuries, it would be a trivial matter. That's right. His previous thoughts and actions were too narrow-minded. Simply using the qi in his body to heal was simple and inefficient. How could it be compared with using the spiritual energy of the whole world to heal himself? That was the real essence of life that was inclusive of all things. With this as the way to heal, there was no injury that couldn't be healed quickly. As soon as Chu Yang thought of this, he understood tacitly and put it into action. He calmed his mind and used his heart to release his spirit. He released his thoughts to feel everything around him, including his bed, the air that he was in contact with, the earth beneath him, the mountain range that had condensed spiritual energy for millions of years, the starry sky, the flowers, the grass, and the millions and millions of living creatures. He used his heart to experience everything. Chu Yang didn't know how much time had passed, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of joy. It was as if countless lives were cheering and jumping around beside him. He was full of novelty as he felt the power of countless lives around him. Some are light, some are heavy, some are sturdy, and some are beautiful. This was an unprecedented and wonderful journey. Chu Yang instantly fell in love with this kind of feeling, this kind of joyful feeling. Then he really had his own understanding of a sentence that he had once sneered at in this book. He also really agreed with it. Ordinary people practice with difficulty at every step. Pain is everywhere. Thousands of arrows pierce through your heart. You endure it bitterly. You call it great perseverance. I sneered at it. You don't know the joy of practice. You create pain for yourself. You are as stupid as a pig. What perseverance is there? Stupid beyond compare. This is the worst. At that time, when Chu Yang saw this sentence and thought of the hardships he had gone through, he was particularly displeased with this sentence. In this world, whose practice is full of joy and pleasure, who doesn't have a bumpy journey and struggle to survive, the hardships are indescribable. This guy is actually mocking me here. This is really preposterous. However, when he really understood the power of life and immersed himself in it, he suddenly realized that these few sentences were true and even reasonable. It turns out that this kind of endless enjoyment of practice really exists in this world. His previous actions were indeed as stupid as a pig. However, who would have known that such a mysterious way of practice actually existed? Chu Yang could only smile bitterly at this. Indeed, there were only things that could not be thought of in this world. There was nothing that could not be done. How could this bunch of bastards be so heavy-handed? Chu Lu was a little distressed as she treated the injuries on Mo Tianji's face. She complained, "When I first came in, I didn't expect that you would be the one pressed to the ground and beaten up. How did this happen?" Mo Tianji grinned and said, "Actually, I was just teasing them and making them happy. If I wasn't willing, how could they?" Mo Tianji's stubbornness made Chu Lu feel an inexplicable sense of joy. She laughed and said, "You're already beaten up like a pig's head, and you're still so stubborn. This mouth of yours." Mo Tianji's face was full of satisfaction. "If I wasn't beaten up, you wouldn't be so gentle to me. Now that I can make a beauty smile happily, this beating is quite worth it." Chu Lu immediately glanced at him. "Quite worth it? Do you want to make me happier? If I add a pair of panda eyes on top of your pig head, I'll be even happier. You won't mind, right?" The obedient Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. He hurriedly begged for mercy. "Lu, I'm in so much pain now. Can the panda eyes and whatnot wait until next time? Chulur smiled lightly. I knew you weren't sincere. Forget it, seeing the beauty smiling again. Emo Tianji's soul almost left his body. If you really want to see it, then let me know. I can handle it. Chulur laughed and said, Forget it, forget it. Your current conduct is already very perfect. According to what you said, I'll leave it for next time. Oh, right, I don't know how my big brother is now. I have to go and take a look. Emo Tianji shouted, Didn't you just go and take a look a few minutes ago? Actually, it wasn't even a few minutes. Didn't it take a while? Chulur said angrily, Almost a few minutes. Isn't that considered a long time? As she said that, she walked away and muttered, You men are just too selfish, Emo Tianji sighed. For a moment, he only felt infinitely sad. I'm being selfish? Just as he was feeling melancholy, Emo Qingwu came over. Second brother, how are you now? Emo Tianji, who immediately felt comforted, smiled. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Chapter 2553. Chulur hurriedly followed. My big brother doesn't need anyone. I'm going over. The smile on Emo Tianji's face froze. He stared at the ceiling and was speechless for a long time. Look at his sister and look at his own sister. Look at his wife and look at his wife, heavens. Earth, they were both big brothers and husbands. Why was there such a big difference? Comparisons were odious. Sigh. A deep sigh could be heard, hundreds of thousands of miles away. The saint and the demon empress were still sitting opposite each other. He held his forehead and said helplessly, Demon Empress, you're with me, and you even brought so many guards with you. Is there a need to? With the two of us together, is there anyone in this world who can pose a threat to us? There was a thick aura around the Demon Empress, forming a defensive area that was almost visible to the naked eye. Those were three rather powerful forces. They were at least at the level of a peak saint, but against the strongest lineup in front of them, it was indeed superfluous. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, including the purple cloud heavens that had been invaded by the Heavenly Devil Clan, there was absolutely no power that could keep the Saint and the Demon Empress in check. This was already the strongest alliance in the world. Even if Zi Hao came back to life and Xue Leihan came back, the combination of these two best partners was still not a match. This was an absolute peak formation of strength. The Demon Empress smiled lightly. Isn't the reason obvious? The one I'm most worried about is you. The saint could only smile bitterly in the face of such open and above-board words. These three are the three great demon spirits of the Demon Emperor Heaven. The Demon Empress smiled. I only have the confidence to face you alone when they're by my side. Don't tell me that I would do something unfavorable to you. The sage helplessly forced a smile. Wouldn't you do anything to me? The Demon Empress smiled coldly. The saint smiled bitterly. Looks like there's a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? There is. The Demon Empress' smile became even colder. And there's quite a lot of it. Since it's a misunderstanding, we can talk about it openly. It's better to solve misunderstandings as soon as possible. The more it accumulates, the harder it is to solve it. Between people, the best way to get along is to confide in each other, treat each other with sincerity and openness. The sage said sincerely, no matter what, in this Heaven Imperial Court, we are all at the pinnacle of existence. Every action, every word, could affect the well-being of millions of people. If there is really a misunderstanding, it's better to resolve it as soon as possible. Xin, or if you are really dissatisfied with me, feel free to tell me. If there is a misunderstanding, I will try my best to explain it, as long as you have patience. The sage's voice was sincere, his face was sincere, and he had an awe-inspiring righteousness. Her gaze was even more sincere. No, not only was it sincere, it was pure and innocent. Stop! Stop! Hurry up and stop! Yao Xan raised her hand with a splitting headache. Lord Saint, Please don't talk to me like a friend anymore. You're making my back shiver, my heart shiver, my heart shiver. I don't think so. Could it be that we aren't friends? The sage's complexion was very bitter. You saying this makes my heart feel very uncomfortable. His complexion was extremely sorrowful, and he sighed. Yuan Tianji was also your friend. Yao Exaner said lightly, Zui Wuqing was also your friend, but they are all dead now. The sage was stunned and murmured, If you say so, then I really have nothing to say. The demon empress sneered, her face full of disdain. But you're the one who asked me out today. What do you want? The sage frowned. You have asked me out for several days in a row. In the extreme heaven, I don't have any friends other than you. The demon empress said matter-of-factly, You are the host, but you don't want to chat with me. Do you want me to find some juniors to chat with? The sage smiled bitterly again. The demon empress' reason, other than being barbaric, seemed to be very powerful. Most importantly, it was impeccable. Speaking of juniors, there is something that I shouldn't say, but I have to say, the sage said seriously. It seemed that the topic had only become serious at this moment. The sage straightened his back and looked at the demon empress seriously. That Dong Wushang, what is his relationship with you? Xin. I hope that you can be honest with me about this, okay? The demon empress said indifferently, There is nothing that cannot be said. Dong Wushang really has nothing to do with me. However, he knows my son, but their relationship can only be considered ordinary. The demon empress was absolutely telling the truth. Dong Wushang really had nothing to do with her. Even if there was some relationship, it was because of Yao Ningning. The key was that Yao Ningning had a good relationship with Chu Yang and Tan Tan. She even had a good relationship with GMO, Mao Tong, and Mo Tianji. However, she didn't have a deep relationship with Dong Wushang. It seemed that they couldn't even be considered as acquaintances, because these two people really didn't have anything in common. They could fight for each other, but forcing them to be together was really impossible. The sage frowned. Xin. Aren't you a little insincere? The demon empress smiled. This is the truth. Otherwise, what kind of relationship do you think we have? The sage laughed and said, Now, the forces of the heavenly armament pavilion that fill the heavenly imperial court have already become quite powerful. What do you think about this? There are talents in every generation. Yao Exaner didn't care at all. We each lead the way for 1,000,000 years. We each lead the way for 1,000,000 years. The sage chuckled and said in a low voice, We each lead the way for 1,010,000 years. The demon empress raised her eyelids. In a great river, the waves behind drive the waves in front. The waves in front die on the beach. This is a wise saying. Cloud Master, you are the leader of the waves in front. You are obviously the one who should be slapped to death on the beach the most, Master Yin chuckled. If they can be righteous and truly strive for happiness for the people of the world, then even if I, a predecessor of theirs, die on the beach, I'd still be happy. I'd be willing to do so, he shook his head and sighed. After all, we are all old. Our thinking is also very old-fashioned. We can no longer keep up with the trends of this era. Yao Exaner subconsciously held her forehead. She finally felt that she had nothing to say. She really couldn't take it anymore. In the face of such a noble and righteous person with lofty ideals, she really didn't know what to say. She was deeply afraid that if she reached out in the next moment, she would splash a pot of hot tea on the Cloud Master's face. This bastard's pretentiousness had obviously reached an unfathomable level. She clearly knew that he didn't mean what he said, but she actually couldn't see any flaws. As it turned out, the strongest actor in the heavenly imperial court was neither Chu Yang nor Mo Tianji. It was this Cloud Master who was the only sage. Once the sage appeared, there was really no competition. Right at this moment, the Cloud Master's expression suddenly changed. It became extremely unsightly. The image of a saint who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind that belonged to the only sage became unusually ferocious in that instant. There was even a faint trace of hysteria. His gaze also became fierce. This expression actually lasted for an instant. It wasn't just the demon empress. Even the three great demon spirits, who were relatively closer to him, noticed it. The next moment, he suddenly stood up. A very strange sound seemed to come from the sky. Then, Guru Yun's upright body suddenly trembled. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. The sage seemed to be trying his best to control something, but in the end, he couldn't control it anymore. He continuously spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the ground, just like that. It seemed that in more than 1,000,000 years, there had never been a precedent for the only sage to do this. Seeing this, the demon empress retreated in a flash. She asked in great surprise, "What's wrong with you?" But she understood very well. This was probably the result of Chu Yang and the others succeeding. But it could actually cause such serious damage to the Cloud Master? This was very unexpected. After the Cloud Master spat out those 3 mouthfuls of blood, his expression actually became calm again in a very short time. The demon empress paid close attention to the other party's movements. However, she suddenly realized that the 3 mouthfuls of blood did indeed weaken the Cloud Master's strength a little. But it was definitely not a big deal. What was going on? From the looks of it, the Cloud Master should have been seriously injured. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a big commotion and such a loss of composure. But now there wasn't a big deal. This was too illogical with the demon empress' sensitive reaction. She could clearly sense that the Cloud Master spat out blood was definitely real. But now there wasn't a big deal. This was also true. She gently exhaled and forcefully resisted the urge to make a move. There was no chance of winning if she attacked now. "I'm sorry. There was a problem with my cultivation just now, and I've been trying to suppress it. Just now, my blood and chi surged in the opposite direction, and I couldn't suppress it anymore. That's why I made a fool of myself. But now that I've spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, it's not a big deal anymore." The Cloud Master's expression was normal as he explained calmly. However, his gaze was looking towards the south thoughtfully. A hint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. The demon empress sat upright and said calmly, "You still have to pay attention to your cultivation. At our level of cultivation, if you still advance so rashly in your cultivation, it'll be too late for regrets if something goes wrong." The demon empress' words seemed to be comforting him, but her light tone and gloating tone were completely undisguised. The saint's eyes flashed again, and he said, "Why? Is the demon empress very happy that something went wrong with my cultivation?" His mood seemed to have become very bad all of a sudden. His tone was no longer as magnanimous as before. Instead, it became a little sharp. Chapter 2554. Cloud Lord's eyes were half closed as he said in a low voice, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the demon empress. That kind of situation will never happen." The demon empress said indifferently, "I don't think so." She said somewhat mockingly, "Didn't you spit out blood just now? This kind of thing can happen again and again. There's nothing strange about it happening over and over again." Cloud Lord suddenly turned his head. "Yao Xian, you seem to have been trying to provoke me today. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with?" The demon empress spread out her hands. "Actually, it's not just today." At this moment, the demon empress didn't wait for Cloud Lord to speak. She suddenly flew up into the sky like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, Cloud Lord also flew up into the sky like an auspicious cloud. The two of them seemed to be fighting over something. Bang, bang, bang. Without any warning, the two of them were already exchanging punches and kicks in midair. In an instant, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. With a bang, the saint's body continued to rise while the demon empress body rapidly descended. However, a white silk suddenly flew out of the demon empress sleeve and wrapped around Cloud Lord's waist without hesitation. She then pulled him down with all her might. Cloud Lord's body shook as the white silk exploded with a boom. However, another white silk wrapped around his leg. At the same time, countless fluorescent lights flickered in midair. Countless thin needles suddenly filled the sky. Guru Yin retracted his foot, and the white silk exploded again. He waved his hands lightly, and a whirlpool quickly formed in front of him. The flying needles that filled the sky entered the whirlpool like rivers flowing into the sea, and they were all crushed. However, after this obstruction, a white figure flashed in front of him. The demon empress was already standing in front of him. She held a snow-white, curved blade in her hands. She smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? Everyone is chatting so happily. It's better for you to come down and continue chatting." Cloud Lord's eyes looked as if he wanted to swallow. "Yao, exahol," he said word by word. "Get out of my way." The demon empress rolled her eyes. She had no intention of backing down. She smiled and said, "What if I don't?" The Cloud Master let out a long howl. "Yao Xian, you forced me to do this." Without saying a word, his clothes fluttered without wind, his hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning bolts. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a shining long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. "Is this your personal weapon, the Mountain River Sword?" The demon empress pointed her curved saber forward and said indifferently, "It has already been won. 2,000,000 years, and the Mountain River Sword and the Demon King's hook have not clashed. Today, let us decide the victor between them." The sage remained silent and motionless. However, the long sword in his hand seemed to spontaneously split into 10, 100, 1,000 swords. Slowly, a mountain of swords slowly formed in front of him. The curved saber in the demon empress' hand flickered with white light, and a white mist suddenly surged out. Immediately, the saber was enveloped by the white mist and could no longer be seen. The sword in Saint Monarch's hand was the #1 divine weapon in the Heaven Imperial Court, Mountain River Sword. Its full name was the Universe Sword of Mountains and Rivers. The Universe Sword of Mountains and Rivers. With the sword in hand, the mountains and rivers would be set. No matter if the world was turned upside down or if the galaxy was hung upside down. With the Mountain River Sword in hand, the world was in the heart. This sword was the symbol of the highest authority in the Heaven Imperial Court, and it was also the #1 divine weapon. It was indestructible and unbreakable. Meanwhile, the saber in the Demon Empress' hand was the peerless demon weapon, the Demon King's hook, passed down from generations of Demon Kings. The full name of the saber was the 100,000 Demon Kings' soul hook. According to legend, the demon race was extremely prosperous back then, and they were far above the human race. Countless demon kings fought for hegemony, and in the end, an unparalleled demon king unified the demon race. He captured all the 100,000 demon kings who were stirring up trouble, extracted their souls, and refined them, using the demon king's flesh and blood as materials and the true fire of heaven and earth as the furnace. He finally refined the 100,000 demon kings into a peerless demon weapon. This was also the publicly recognized #1 demonic saber in the world. However, since ancient times, the Mountain River Sword, which represented the strongest divine weapon of the human race in the Heaven Imperial Court, and the Demon King's hook, the #1 demon weapon of the demon race, had never clashed head-on. However, today, at this moment, the Great Sage and the Demon Empress seemed to have taken out their weapons at the same time for some unknown reason, and were prepared for battle. It's only right that the Demon King's hook is in my hand. However, it's a pity that the Mountain River Sword is in your hand. It's like casting pearls before swine. The Demon Empress waved the demon's saber and said, "Venerable Cloud, come." Right at this moment, the white fog that lingered on the Demon King's hook suddenly surged out crazily and completely shrouded the Sword Mountain on the opposite side. Within the white fog, there seemed to be countless ferocious figures rushing out one after another. crying out strangely as they charged towards the Sword Mountain. At the same time, the mountain and river sword also transformed into a world of 10,000 kilometers. Countless figures took the opportunity to charge out and engaged in an abnormally intense battle with those strange-looking fellows. For a moment, it was clearly a battle between two people, but at this moment, it seemed like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were fighting at the same time. This was also the first time that the Demon King's hook and the mountain river sword met. Two peerless weapons had their own souls. Right now, although the Demon Empress and Venerable Cloud hadn't moved, the souls of the saber and the sword had already fought fiercely. 100,000 Demon Kings swarmed out, covering the sky and hiding the earth. 1,000,000 divine weapons surged like the wind and clouds, appearing majestically. The weapons of both sides were engaged in battle. As the true participants of the battle, the Demon Empress and the Saint didn't make any further moves. They stood quietly, like deep pools and lofty mountains. Of course, this was just an illusion. In reality, both of them were using their essence, chi, and spirit to control their saber and sword, watching those illusory souls fight. Their expressions were unusually serious. A battle of this level was even more dangerous than a pure physical battle. A slight difference could lead to a complete loss. In this battle, although the two of them were the initiators, they didn't have the power to stop them. The saber and sword souls of both sides were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Suddenly, the Saint's eyebrows twitched. Forcefully, he broke through the battlefield with his sword and turned into a shooting star in the sky. Retreating and dodging, he left the battlefield and rushed into the sky. Facing this change, the Demon Empress, 1,000,000 demons, also rushed up. The Demon Empress' white clothes fluttered in the wind. She turned into a long rainbow and shouted, "3 great demon spirits!" The 3 great demon spirits that had been hiding in the dark immediately attacked with all their might. 3 streaks of black flowing light blocked the Saint's path as if they were risking their lives. The Saint shouted, "Demon Exen, you really want to go against me?" The Demon Empress snorted, "This can't be called going against you. We're just learning from each other." Before she finished speaking, the Demon King's hook flashed and flew in the sky. In the white fog, 100,000 Demon Kings roared in unison. A blood-colored saber aura turned into a shocking blood rainbow, learning from each other. At this time, she could still say such a thing. The Saint was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the distant sky, a blood-colored ray of light flew over at extreme speed. It flashed in the sky and arrived in front of the Saint in an instant. Obviously, it was coming toward the Saint. However, the Saint had 3 great demon spirits in front of him and the Demon Empress behind him. It seemed that it was too late to help. At this critical moment, the Saint roared. The long sword in his hand turned into thousands of objects the size of mountains and rivers in the starry sky and fell down with a loud bang. His whole body also turned into thousands and thousands of them in an instant. Thousands and thousands of Saint Emperors attacked at the same time. This move was almost the full strength of the Saint Emperor. The full strength of the Saint Emperor that hadn't been seen for at least hundreds of thousands of years had reappeared in the world. Boom! The 3 great demon spirits that were blocking the front groaned miserably and were sent flying like kites with broken strings. The Demon Empress also let out a muffled groan. Her body flew diagonally and was sent flying for more than 500 meters. The Saint rose into the sky and met the blood-colored ray of light with extreme speed. Swish! The Demon King's hook left the Demon Empress' hand and turned into a flying rainbow. This saber was so fast that it almost surpassed the speed of flowing light. When the Demon Empress was retreating, she forcefully endured her injuries and integrated all of her cultivation into the saber. After the saber was released, she finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the Saint roared, "Demon Exen, you dare!" However, Even if he was a saint at this very moment, it was already too late for him to stop that blade in this situation. That saber light that was like a meteor in the sky arrived first. Without any obstruction, it cut the blood-colored ray of light that was flying through the sky. The Demon King's hook tore the souls of 100,000 demon spirits at the same time and pulled the latter half of the blood-colored ray of light straight into the sky. In a flash, it had already disappeared. The Saint Emperor received it with all his strength. However, this saber didn't slash at him, but at the void in front of him. With the sharpness of the Demon King's hook, even the Saint Emperor didn't dare to receive it rashly. He could only watch as the blood-colored ray of light was cut into two. The first half of the ray of light let out a mournful cry, as if it was on the verge of death. It finally entered the Saint Emperor's body. The Saint Emperor was furious and let out a long roar towards the sky. At this moment, he couldn't suppress his anger anymore. It was as if he wanted to burn the heaven and earth. The Demon Empress' white robes fluttered in the wind, and there were two abnormal dark red blossoms on her face, which made her even more beautiful than before. She smiled gently and said, "Your Majesty, Saint Lord, is indeed very knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Your cultivation is extremely profound. This little sister is truly impressed. I've lost this time, Spar. I've lost wholeheartedly, and I'm full of admiration. Spar!" Master Yin stared at Demon Exen, and gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The three demon spirits had already leaped up again and turned into 3 gusts of wind. They surrounded the Demon Empress as if they were protecting her, but also as if they were on guard against something. In midair, there was a violent saber cry as the Demon King's hook returned. The Demon Empress gently stretched out her hand. The Demon King's hook immediately turned into a white line and fell into her pure, white hand. With a flip of her wrist, the peerless demon weapon disappeared. The Demon Empress smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, today's spar has come to an end. The legend of the Saint Emperor's undefeated will be written again. Shall we go down and drink some tea to celebrate?" Go down and drink some tea? Celebrate? Guru Yin was so angry that he felt like he was going to explode. Chapter 2555. The sage's eyes stared at the Demon Empress for a long, long time. Suddenly, the anger on his face gradually dissipated, and he let out a long breath. He laughed softly. "Since Exen is so kind, this seat naturally has to drink this tea. Please, Exen come to the extreme heaven. Of course, it's still my treat." The Demon Empress' heart couldn't help but tremble. In a very short time, Cloud Master had recovered his normal attitude. He was affable and amiable. This kind of forbearance, this kind of accomplishment, this kind of self-control, all made the Demon Empress' heart tremble. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the sage is really too polite. Since that's the case, please." "Please." The two smiled at each other and floated down from the distant sky. Almost at the beginning of the two's separation, Cloud Master immediately issued an order. Mobilize secret forces to kill the Demon Empress with all their strength. At the same time, the experts of the Extreme Heaven Saint Palace were dispatched in large numbers, rushing to the big western sky. Several other orders transmitted to the other heavens and earth were also issued. All organizations with the name Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the Heavenly Imperial Court are to be banned. Anyone who dares to resist is to be eliminated immediately. Then the sage left the extreme heaven. The sage's reason for leaving was very simple. One of the 3 big bases was already gone, and even the doppelganger he had arranged had been beaten to death. Naturally, there was no need to go there again. The people who did it there would definitely escape upon hearing the news. They definitely wouldn't wait there for him to retaliate. And the real top priority right now was to prevent the other 2 bases from being destroyed by the enemy forces one by one. In each base, apart from the 3 Devil Masters and a doppelganger, The others were all still in the process of nurturing the myriad saint true spirits that hadn't really taken shape. It could be said that they still hadn't formed a high-end resistance, especially facing the people who had done it this time. Since they had the ability to destroy one of the bases, they naturally had the ability to destroy the other two. They obviously already possessed this kind of strength, although the sage wasn't clear about the true strength of the people who had done it this time. He knew that one of the 3 big bases he had hidden had been completely destroyed. In other words, the matter of him nurturing the myriad saint true spirits was no longer a secret to some people. Since the secret was no longer a secret and was already known by people, the sage was no longer afraid and no longer worried about the secret being leaked. Since the mask of hypocrisy had been torn apart, then he would be an evil person through and through. Since you're forcing me to go to the extreme, you'll have to bear my wrath. For over 1,000,000 years, no one has ever dared to provoke me like this. Back then, the only person who provoked me was Zihao. Even if he was a celestial emperor, even if he had the help of Donghuang Shueleihan from another world, he was still toyed to death by me. His fate will be the same as yours, or even more miserable than his. I will make everything you do from now on become a trap for you to bury your bones. The sage didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. His eyes were ice cold, and from this moment onwards, the sage had truly changed, because he no longer needed to deliberately conceal it. The selfless holy monarch who had torn off his mask would be even more terrifying, extremely terrifying. Perhaps you can control a few heavens and earth now. Perhaps you have the East Emperor Demon Empress as a strong ally. Perhaps your growth is fast enough. Perhaps you think that you already have the ability to go against me. But I want to use facts to tell you that the current you is not enough. Far from enough. I'm no longer the superior cloud who couldn't do anything against Zihao and Shueleihan. To what extent 1,000,000 years old myriad saint true spirit will nurture me, and to what extent it will nourish me. You, people who have never cultivated myriad saint true spirit, will never be able to imagine. My 1,000,000 years of hard work, my 1,000,000 years of training, will create a peerless expert that no one has ever seen before. You will never be able to imagine it. Since you've chosen to tear everything apart today, then you will definitely taste the consequences of rashly tearing open scars. In the valley, on the afternoon of the first day, Mo Tianji forcefully used heavy pills to recover himself. Then he started to repair the array and even further changed the nebula locking array. The moment Mo Tianji finished repairing the array, everyone was dumbfounded by the changes in front of them, because this mountain range was actually changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A towering mountain range was undergoing visible changes. What kind of scene was that? Was the earth cracking and the mountains collapsing? Was it earth-shattering? Was it an earthquake? Or was it all happening at once? A series of muffled sounds rang out one after another. Creak, creak, creak. The originally towering mountain range suddenly slowly sank into the ground. Well, perhaps this couldn't be said to be sinking. Instead, it was condensing and strengthening once again, shrinking inwards. In the end, the basin that was thousands of acres was actually condensed to less than 50 acres. It was only about 50 mu in radius, which was definitely not a big place. The surrounding mountain range also shrunk without exception. It had shrunk by more than 100 times. It was as neat as a knife, and there wasn't any place for climbing. The entire valley was like a vertical penholder. As far as the eye could see, this was already a normal mountain. In fact, it was even more inconspicuous than a normal mountain. Above, the nebula locking array had been refined and improved by Mo Tianji. It was truly difficult for immortals to enter. Mo Tianji's master of manipulation and ghostly calculation and master of the world weren't just for show. He was completely confident that even if a saint monarch came personally, he wouldn't be able to break through the mountain under the nebula locking array. His arrangement was to guard against a saint monarch's surprise attack. The base was suddenly destroyed. No one could predict the Saint Monarch's reaction. If he rushed here to find traces of the culprit, wouldn't he be caught in the act? This was also a reasonable reaction. Moreover, the brothers' injuries hadn't healed yet. Even if they were fully healed, would they be able to confront the true number one person of the Heaven Palace Imperial Court? Previously, when they faced the Saint Monarch's clone, they were all injured. Big brother Chu Yang's cultivation was almost crippled. If at this moment the sage were to really come to this place and make a big move, then it would really be a complete wipeout. There would be no room for luck. This time, Mo Tianji had used up all his energy and mental strength to maintain this arrangement. However, for a few days, the Saint Monarch didn't come. On the 10th day, the Saint Monarch still didn't come. Everyone could finally be sure of one thing. At this time, if the Saint Monarch still didn't come, then he probably wouldn't come. Everyone's hearts that had been hanging in suspense were finally put down. Of course, Mo Tianji's support this time wasn't in vain. Even if this place couldn't become a fortress against the Saint Monarch, it would create a real paradise for the Heaven Palace Imperial Court in the future. Moreover, it would be an absolutely safe and quiet paradise. After confirming that the Saint Monarch wouldn't attack, everyone was even more relieved to heal their injuries. Chu Yang was still lying quietly. His mind was wandering, and he didn't wake up. However, everyone wasn't too worried. This was because Chu Yang's complexion was getting better and better by the day. Her originally ghastly pale and bloodless face slowly began to glow with a hint of redness. It was almost no different from a normal, healthy person's complexion. Everyone was a cultivator. Naturally, they knew that although Chu Yang didn't wake up immediately, he must be using a special method to heal his injuries that no one knew of. Moreover, he was still in a state of improvement. Being in this state could only be a good thing. It definitely wouldn't be a bad thing. It was just that they didn't know if it had anything to do with Chu Yang. Things that made everyone feel even more strange happened one after another. First of all, the spiritual energy in this world gradually became abnormally rich. Speaking of which, this place could originally be considered a holy land for cultivation. The spiritual energy was abnormally rich. It was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary places. However, recently, the spiritual energy's richness had gradually decreased to an outrageous level. According to Tai Butian's judgment, even when she was cultivating in the special space with Chu Yang back then, the spiritual energy's richness was only slightly better. Moreover, the spiritual energy's richness in this place showed signs of increasing. It was as if there was something mysterious here that could attract spiritual energy. It was attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to slowly but persistently gather here. In the first few days, it was just a gradual change. Although everyone felt it, it wasn't obvious. However, from the first day onwards, this change began to intensify and was out of control. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed madly into this small valley, as if it was going to explode with spiritual energy. The top of the valley became shrouded in clouds and mist. However, later on, there would be light rain falling from time to time. This was actually a sign that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already reached a certain level in the sky above the valley. After being infected by the clouds and mist, it turned into raindrops and fell down. These raindrops weren't ordinary raindrops. They were completely liquid, spiritual energy water. In other words, in this valley, the spiritual energy was gradually condensing into a substance, turning from a gaseous state to a liquid state. When everyone tasted such rainwater, they were all stunned. How could there be such pure spiritual energy in this world? They could feel their spirits being lifted with just a sip. If they continued to drink, it was as if their bodies were being reborn. Although it still couldn't be compared to the spring of life, which was a transcendent divine item, it had an unimaginable effect on cultivation. Third brother Mo. Everyone surrounded Mo Tianji, their faces full of admiration. It's one thing for you to be able to gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth using formations, but for you to be able to gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to such an extent, it's really too high, too amazing. I really admire you. Chapter 2556. This valley was not like this when they first arrived. It was completely different. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, Mo Tianji had directly used the power of the stars to shrink this valley. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Before Mo Tianji set up the formation, this kind of change did not appear at all. There was also no sign of the spiritual energy increasing. But after Mo Tianji set up the formation, this phenomenon happened. If this change had nothing to do with Mo Tianji, then who could it be? Apart from the master of calculation and manipulation, who else could have such a miraculous method to change the world? The corners of Mo Tianji's mouth twitched as he faced the compliments of his brothers. He could only force a smile. I enjoy everyone's compliments and reverence. I also hope that this change was caused by me. That way, I can receive everyone's compliments and reverence with a clear conscience. It's a pity that this change has nothing to do with me. The great nebula locking formation was indeed laid down by me. But the change in the spiritual energy in this valley wasn't caused by me. The great nebula locking formation does not have this effect. Ah, not you? Everyone opened their mouths wide. Everyone was confused. They scratched their heads in confusion. If it's not Mo Tianji, who else can it be? We don't seem to have such capabilities. The other possible culprit is still unconscious. Yet, such a miraculous phenomenon is happening just like that. Furthermore, it's getting more and more obvious and exaggerated with each passing day. What is going on? I understand. Since it was not caused by trickster Mo, this is the only explanation. Mo slapped his thigh. He seemed to have suddenly understood. Everyone turned their heads and looked at this guy who clearly had a penetrating insight. They were all listening to his brilliant insights. It must be like this. There must be a peerless treasure that has never been seen before hidden under the ground of this valley. Mo said proudly, and this treasure has always been underground. It has never been exposed. Therefore, no one knows about it. And this time, Mo Tianji set up the formation and changed the landscape. He forcibly shrank the boundary, creating an unprecedented pressure. And this treasure underground is afraid of being squeezed. This treasure cannot stand it anymore. That's right, in order to survive, it began to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth towards itself. Everyone fainted at the same time. Was there such a treasure? Afraid of crowding? Why don't you say that you're afraid of pressure? Mo had a card up his sleeve. Let me explain it to you in detail. Well, how should I put it? Let's make an analogy. You're a tree. You've been taking root comfortably, but the density of the land has increased to a terrifying extent. Even your roots can't penetrate it. Not only was he unable to enter, he was even squeezed in. If you can't even come out, how are you going to deal with it? Naturally, we have to think of ways to fight against it. Gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen ourselves is naturally the best choice. Or let's say if a person has been living in a big house all this time, but one day the house suddenly shrinks to the point where you can't even turn your butt around or even completely surround you. How would you deal with it? And this is definitely the case with the treasure in this area. Mo's eloquence was torrential, and he was actually citing examples from ancient scriptures to explain. Although everyone still felt that this explanation was a little unreliable, but after careful consideration, it seemed that there was still a bit of fallacy in it. Therefore, they were half convinced and half doubtful. Then where do you think the treasure is now? Everyone blinked their eyes. It's underground within the range of this 50 mu of land. The closer it is to the center, the more likely it is. Mo vowed solemnly. He pointed at his feet and said, "Let's first dig a hole in the center. There's a high chance that we'll be able to dig it out. Brothers, then we'll be rich." It's equivalent to carrying a super treasure that can gather a large amount of spiritual qi. Mo Tianji snorted disdainfully at this explanation. GMO, don't blindly think about it. The people of the Saint Monarch have been guarding here day and night for hundreds of thousands of years. Not only are there 3 devil masters guarding here, there's also a clone of the Saint Monarch. If there really was such a treasure, it would have been dug out long ago. Just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Maybe they're all idiots? Don't you think those guys are idiots? They really don't have good eyesight. GMO opened his eyes and retorted. Although he knew that Mo Tianji's words were very reasonable, GMO would feel uncomfortable if he didn't refute him. Moreover, GMO was very confident in his own deduction. Perhaps this was the truth. Since you're so insistent, then go ahead and dig. If you dig it out, it's yours. No one will snatch it from you. I don't think you have the luck. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you, GMO, really don't have the luck. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and continued to recuperate. Speaking of which, everyone's injuries had recovered a lot in the past few days. However, they were still far from being completely healed. Mo Tianji's recovery was the slowest. He had to drag his sick body to set up the formation. His spiritual qi had not recovered and was even more damaged. Naturally, his recovery was slower than the others. Let's dig then. When we dig out the treasure, it's all mine. GMO was ruthless. He was provoked by Mo Tianji's words and could not back down. What do you mean by not having the luck? What do you mean by not having the luck? I'll dig it out for you to see. GMO began to work that night. Everyone crossed their arms and watched the excitement from the side. After Mo Tianji joined in, those who originally supported GMO gave up the idea of supporting him. None of you are helping now. When I dig it out, don't snatch it from me. GMO pleaded for a long time. However, no one helped him. He could only threaten them fiercely. Just dig it out. When you dig it out, it's naturally yours. We're just here to watch the show. Dong Wushang crossed his arms and swayed back and forth. That's right. No matter what, we're both celestial emperors now. Why would we snatch it from you? Xia Dan Cheong pretended to be arrogant. GMO continued to dig. The ground was too solid. Even though GMO had the strength of a high-level saint, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Therefore, he didn't dare to use his full strength. He could only dig like an ordinary person. Although his progress wasn't slow, it wasn't fast either. Everyone joined in the fun and commanded, "Dig over here. Maybe it's here, over there. I vaguely feel that the spiritual energy there is denser. Dig deeper. Idiot. Over here." GMO was really ruthless this time. He was determined to dig out the treasure. He put in all his effort and worked hard. With his high-level saint cultivation, he was digging from the inside. Although this ground was strengthened by the Lucky Lock formation, it was still digging from the inside. When he exerted his full strength, his progress was still quite fast. Of course, this was only in comparison to GMO's level of cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, even a celestial being level expert, it was hard to say whether they could dig such a big hole. Even if they could, they would probably be half paralyzed from exhaustion. After a day and a night, GMO dug a big hole with a radius of 3 to 5 miles. He dug until the underground spring water gushed out. However, he dug until he reached an underground river. The river water was ice cold. It soared into the sky like a fountain. However, he still did not dig out anything. On the contrary, the more he dug, the thinner the spiritual energy underground. GMO resentfully stopped digging and jumped out. He saw that the people who hadn't wanted to help were moving the stones that they had dug out in another direction under Mo Tianji's command. Moreover, they were gradually piling up the stones. The big hole that GMO dug gradually formed a small lake due to the gradual filling of the underground water. The clear water was very cute. This GMO was covered in mud and looked very pathetic. He blinked and asked, "What are you all doing?" Mo Tian G kept saying that this place lacks a lake. It's not beautiful enough, and there's no place to store spiritual energy. Dong Wushang held back his laughter. Isn't it just nice that you need to dig a hole to do labor? So, everyone simply handed this glorious and difficult task to you. You really lived up to everyone's expectations. You successfully dug out a lake. With your own strength, you dug out a scenic lake in a day and a night. What a great harvest! I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Ha! Everyone laughed together. Even Mo Qingwu and Tai Butian, who came out to watch because Chu Yang had not woken up, also pursed their lips and smiled when they saw the scene. They could not help but laugh. Mo opened his mouth, but could not say anything. After a long time, he spat and scolded angrily. Phut! So, not only have you all been acting stupid these few days, you even treated me as a worker. You all are really good, really brothers. I finally know you all. Everyone laughed. Who asked you to insist on digging for treasures? You insisted that there must be treasures below? We didn't say that. Besides, you asked for it yourself. We didn't force you, right? Mo was tongue-tied. He stood there and was directly petrified. After a while, he said angrily, If Mo Tianji didn't provoke me, would I have dug? I've been tricked by that swindler. Everyone laughed even harder. Why didn't we fall for it? Isn't it because of you? While they were talking, Mo Tianji walked out with his white robe fluttering. He exclaimed, Wow, what a beautiful lake, what a beautiful scenery. GMO, you're indeed an expert at digging holes. I'm impressed. I announce that from now on this lake will be called GMO Lake. With one sentence from Mo Tianji, Lonely Lake appeared in this world. But this lake was indeed lonely, not to mention that it was sealed inside. There was indeed only one lake in the world with such abundant spiritual energy. Of course, no one would know that this lonely lake would cause a huge commotion in the future. Chapter 25:57. Mo was fooled, and after hearing such sarcastic remarks, he couldn't hold it in any more. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'll beat you to death, you swindler. You're full of evil tricks. Gigolo, you don't have any good intentions. You're so bad. The two of them immediately got into a fight. Both of them had yet to recover from their injuries, and they were evenly matched at this moment. Mo even had a slight advantage because of his anger. Mo Qinggu and the other girls all loved beauty. Although they knew that they wouldn't be able to stay here for long, they still built 2 pavilions on the lake, even if they only stayed for a while. Anyway, with their cultivation, building a few pavilions was just like playing around. At a glance, the water was green, and the fountain rushed up to the sky, then fell down again, smashing on the newly built pavilions, and then scattered everywhere like pieces of broken jade, jumping continuously. And in the pavilions, whether it was talking about the world or drinking tea and discussing Tao, they were all happy and contented. Therefore, all the men sneered at this in their hearts. Women liked this kind of thing. However, they still had to pretend that they liked it very much. Their mouths were constantly praising it. What elegance! What class! What class! But they were cursing in their hearts. Can this broken thing be eaten or drunk? What can it be used for? It would be better to fight with GMO. Everyone's noses and faces will be swollen. Since the appearance of this lake, the changes in the entire valley were even more obvious. Previously, because Mo Tianji used the nebula locking formation to forcefully suppress all the plants in this valley, they couldn't withstand such overwhelming pressure. Because they were unable to bear the unprecedented pressure, all of them turned into powder, and not a trace of green could be seen. And with the appearance of the lake, spiritual energy poured into the lake like a tide and then spread out again. Slowly, a green grassland appeared around the lake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lush and verdant, like green satin, gradually extended outwards. This green seemed to be spreading. The surrounding mountains were also slowly dyed green. There were even slender little saplings. They grew very tenaciously. The brothers, who were originally very impatient, suddenly felt a kind of vibration when they saw this green grass slowly crawling all over the ground. With such a high density of soil, it was extremely difficult for plants to survive and grow in it. Everyone could imagine it. Living in such a place was undoubtedly millions of times more difficult than living in the outside world. However, the grass was still grass, still dark green, still facing the wind, full of vitality. That kind of exuberant joy and emotion instantly surged into everyone's hearts. This group of men who had long been accustomed to fighting and killing in Jianghu. At this moment, everyone fell silent. A sense of enlightenment lingered in everyone's hearts. Is this the power of the pulse of life? So this is how the origin feels. Mo Tianji squatted down and looked at the ground in a trance. Xiao Qiao, who was as thin as a strand of hair, had a look of worship in her eyes. If humans were placed in such a harsh environment, would they be able to work so hard to survive? People can also strive to survive in desperate situations. Mo Tianji silently said to himself. Mo Tianji's thinking might not be wrong, but the bad nature of human desires caused most people to only wake up at the last moment of despair. They would only choose to face it when they were truly faced with despair. Humans had always been like this. 3 days later, the entire valley had undergone a complete makeover. However, no one had been able to find the source of its mysteries. Just what was it that had caused such a drastic change to occur in this valley? However, in these few days, everyone's body and mind became very quiet. Looking at the grass that was tenaciously struggling to grow every day, everyone's heart was touched to varying degrees. It was a kind of reverence towards the pulse of life that arose spontaneously with such a mentality. Everyone was surprised to find that their cultivation, which was previously stuck at a bottleneck, was actually advancing by leaps and bounds, although the internal and external injuries from the previous battle had not yet healed. But his cultivation seemed to have grown wings and had soared forward in this short half a month. GMO and Luo Kadi had officially completed the advancement from high-level saint to peak saint. They had also completely stabilized their cultivation at the peak saint level and even had energy to spare, especially GMO. Since he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Chuyang spared no expense to use great medicine to strengthen his foundation. He drank the spring of life every day and ate heavy pills as if they were his meals. His entire physical body was almost on the verge of a qualitative change. Now, under the continuous scouring of such rich spiritual energy, his aptitude and foundation had actually changed in one fell swoop. He had transformed into an innate spirit body. Such a shocking change meant that Jimo's aptitude was on the same starting line as Guduxing, Dong Wushang, and the others, or even better. His future was limitless. This change made GMO so excited that he almost went crazy. It also made Luo Kadi so jealous that he almost went crazy. He wished that he was the one who was injured last time. He kept sighing that he had come too late last time. He was actually not injured and not on the verge of death. He actually let GMO take advantage of him. Such an argument naturally made the brothers laugh out loud. In addition, Big Sister Wolf King, the sacrificial maiden's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds these few days. She was also at the point where she could step into the peak of the saint stage. And the ones who improved the most were still Tai Batian and Wu Qianqian. Both of them had once held great power in their hands and were once the masters of the world. Coming down from that kind of peak position and then seeing this change, the change in their mentality was the most unique. It was a feeling of appreciation, gratification, happiness, calmness, and serenity. The cultivation level of both of them advanced all the way from the high level of the saint stage to the peak of the high level of the celestial stage. It was only when they were about to break through to the saint stage that their progress gradually slowed down. Such a degree of improvement made the eyes of Mo Tianji and the others almost pop out of their sockets. Although the original level of the two women was at the bottom of the pack, wasn't this degree of improvement too exaggerated? And the other one who had obvious improvement was Emo Chingu. Emo Chingu had already advanced to the late level of the peak of the saint stage. Emo Tianji and the others were puzzled by the improvement of the three women, because, even with such a dense spiritual energy atmosphere, it shouldn't be, and even more impossible for them to improve so quickly. This was completely inconceivable progress. Even if the spiritual energy density was maintained at this level, logically speaking, Wu Qianqian and Tai Batian would need at least 2 years of diligent cultivation to be able to reach their current level. It was just a possibility, but now it only took a few days from start to finish. There must be something fishy about this. Could it be that they were giving preferential treatment to people? Giving preferential treatment to beautiful women? That couldn't be right. Although Chu Lu'er and Sacrificial Maiden had also made astonishing progress in these few days, it was still within the scope of everyone's knowledge. Even if it was astonishing, it wouldn't be as shocking as the progress of Tai Batian and the other two women. But no matter what, they couldn't figure out what the problem was. This made Emo Tianji, who wanted to explore the mystery the most, so much that his head almost exploded. He yearned to find such a path the most. It allowed the cultivation of all his brothers and family members to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, this path had clearly appeared and was within reach. But no matter what, he didn't know how to take it. An unattainable thing was right in front of him. How could he not be depressed? Speaking of which, Tai Batian, Wu Qianqian, and Emo Chingu, who had made the greatest progress, were also baffled by their own progress. They didn't know what was going on at all. Progress in cultivation was a common thing. Once you started cultivating, you would improve. Once you started cultivating, you would improve. Although their progress in these few days was a little too excessive, they really didn't know what was going on. This was really strange. Until this day, Emo Tianji, who had been thinking for half the night, frowned and walked into Chu Yang's room. What he hoped for the most now was to see Chu Yang wake up and discuss this extremely strange matter with Chu Yang. But the moment he walked into the room and looked up to see Chu Yang, Emo Tianji suddenly understood everything. It turned out that the source that couldn't be found for a long time was actually here. In that instant, he opened his eyes to the maximum. Without the limitation of his eye sockets, his eyeballs might have popped out. With a big stride, he rushed to the front of Chu Yang's bed like lightning. I understand now. I finally understand. I understand everything. Emo Tianji's voice was almost trembling. What do you understand? Why are you making such a big fuss in the morning? Tai Batian, Wu Qianqian, and Emo Chingu, who had been accompanying Chu Yang, were suddenly shocked by Emo Tianji. The change this time, everyone's amazing progress in cultivation, including the changes in the spiritual energy outside, it's all because of Boss. Emo Tianji said, No wonder the three of you have made the greatest progress in cultivation. It's because you've always been by Chu Yang's side. One is marked by the company one keeps. This analogy is not very appropriate. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moon first? I don't care anymore. Anyway, you guys are improving so much faster than others. The three women couldn't help but be shocked. The three of them had indeed been in this room for more than half a month, but they didn't feel anything unusual. Because the three of them had to take care of Chu Yang, they seemed to have less time to cultivate than others. Look at Chu Yang's face. Look at his hair and feel his pulse. Emo Tianji finally let out a long sigh of relief. We often do what you said. There's nothing unusual at all. The three of them said in unison. You. Emo Tianji sighed and said, You've been with him every day. You've already gotten used to this atmosphere, so you can't see any changes. Look carefully. Don't you feel a kind of gentle feeling on Boss's face? Go out for a massage. Back pain. I'll come back and update later. It's impossible for me to explode today. Little explosion, he? Little explosion. He. Chapter 2558. Look at his hair again. When he was unconscious, didn't it show a kind of dim vitality? But now it's all black and shiny? And his forehead. The meridians here are faintly visible. It seems like there's a brilliance flowing through them. We're all experts in cultivation. I don't need to explain what this means, right? Check his pulse. Isn't it already faintly dispensable? It's definitely different from when he's full of vitality. Mo Tianji looked at his sister with disappointment. Their cultivation is still a level lower. It's fine if they can't see it, but why can't you see it? Mo Qingwu pouted. Why should I see it? Second brother's words are too unreasonable. Is it a fault to have a high cultivation? This guy doesn't know how to do anything other than bully my sister. Humph. Chu Yang is still the best to me. A certain king of hell can receive the good guy card when he's unconscious. His charm is obvious. The most obvious change is, although the spiritual energy outside doesn't seem to have changed, every pore on Chu Yang's body is quietly forming a very mysterious vortex. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is attracted by these vortexes, and then it enters his body. So the closer to him, the greater the benefits. Mo Tianji stretched out his hand to feel. Finally, he frowned with some confusion. But how can these small vortexes attract such a large amount of spiritual energy and cause such a big movement? There should be other mysteries as well. Then, second brother, do you mean that Chu Yang is going to wake up soon? Mo Qingwu suddenly became happy. Her own cultivation progress was certainly something to be happy about, but it couldn't be compared to Chu Yang waking up. Not necessarily, but looking at his current situation, his injuries have been healed. Moreover, his body is undergoing some kind of earth-shaking change. Or maybe he's advancing to a level that we can't imagine. Either way, it's a good thing. Then why can't he wake up immediately? He's been unconscious for a long time. If he continues to be unconscious, won't it affect his bodily functions? Mo Qingwu asked. Mo Tianji solemnly said, absolutely not. Right now, he seems to be unconscious, but in reality, he should be in some kind of extremely miraculous realm. And when he wakes up, it should be the time for him to make a complete breakthrough. All of you must not disturb him in any way. Be careful of doing bad things with good intentions. Even after saying this, he was still worried. He said, you must remember this. Mo Qingwu and the other two nodded solemnly. Something that Mo Tianji had emphasized over and over again must be an extremely important matter. The three of them just needed to greet each other as usual. He would never act rashly. Mo Tianji exhorted a few more words. Then he went out in a relaxed manner. Not to mention anything else. At least he could sleep soundly today. That's not right. I don't think I'll be able to sleep today. It's better to hurry up and arrange the important matters. As for sleeping, I'll think about it when I'm free. Then, Mo Tianji hurriedly arranged for his brothers to practice martial arts. Everyone gathered outside the room where Chu Yang was, forming a circle. Everyone entered a meditative state. Mo Tianji was sure that cultivating in this relatively close area would definitely be much faster than cultivating in their own rooms. Just as Mo Tianji had guessed, the effect was indeed quite significant. Everyone could clearly feel that their cultivation was really improving, and it was improving by a considerable margin. However, Mo Qingwu, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian in the room felt extremely uncomfortable and even a little embarrassed. This room was originally a private space for the four of them. It was natural for them to be inside. However, there were so many people outside meditating in the corner. That kind of feeling was really, really, really uncomfortable. It was as if someone was eavesdropping on their wedding night. Because of this, Mo Qingwu even rushed out and quarreled with Mo Tianji, intending to make everyone leave. However, Mo Tianji was completely unmoved. He didn't change his order. you're also cultivating inside. What's there to be embarrassed about? Mo Tianji looked at his sister angrily. Moreover, boss is unconscious now. Even if he wants to, he's powerless. What's the big deal? You're just too troublesome. Mo Qingwu was scolded until her veins were bulging. She went back in with a red face. However, she brought out Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian again. Mo Tianji definitely didn't dare to be as rash towards Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian as he did towards his own sister. He smiled and said, "Sisters-in-law, don't be angry. We're really helpless in this situation. In the face of a strong enemy, we have to speed up our overall strength. Who knows, we might be intercepted by a strong enemy like the Saint. With our current strength, we're like ants compared to them. It's rare to have such a heaven-sent opportunity. It's really a pity to waste it. Sisters-in-law, please understand." What he said was reasonable. Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian were also at their wits' end. Helpless, they might as well speed up their cultivation by Chu Yang's bedside. When Chu Yang woke up, they would deal with these hateful guys outside. The three girls blushed and thought hatefully, especially Mo Tianji. This time, he was completely hated by the three of them. In the past, when they watched Chu Yang sleep soundly in the dead of night, they would occasionally sneak a kiss on him. But now, not to mention a kiss, they didn't even dare to look at him for a moment outside. They were all peak-level saints. What sound couldn't they hear? They couldn't sense any movement at all. Damn, Mo Tianji. Just you wait. We sisters will remember you. Mo Tianji, who didn't know that he had already been remembered, was still studying. Although Chu Yang had become a powerful energy absorber and absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy, the effect shouldn't be so exaggerated. There must be other reasons for this. Looking at the plants outside changing day by day, Mo Tianji was still thinking. Finally, on this day, early in the morning, everyone felt it at the same time. The spiritual qi in this small world began to roll and surge without any warning. Just a moment ago, it was still calm and peaceful. Spiritual energy slowly poured in, rippling in an orderly manner. However, in the blink of an eye, the clouds above began to surge. Then the sound of wind suddenly rose. Then, as if a hole had opened in the blue sky, the spiritual energy in the sky surged into the valley like a tsunami. Those that couldn't land in time stayed in the clouds. In the next moment, a torrential rain began to pour down from the sky. This torrential rain was 100% spiritual qi transformed into water. It could be seen that the spiritual energy in this world had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, the spiritual energy seemed to have its own consciousness. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it violently poured into the room where Chu Yang was and instantly disappeared without a trace. Just like that, a huge amount of spiritual energy poured in and disappeared again. It was as if the room where Chu Yang was a bottomless pit. At this moment, everyone even had a feeling that even if all the spiritual energy in the entire universe was stuffed into this room, it might not be able to fill it up. And the real reason, it went without saying, because Chu Yang was inside. Chu Yang's face and body were actually twinkling with starlight. If anyone could see the situation inside Chu Yang's body at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to discover that the Dantian in Chu Yang's body had already been completely restored. In fact, it was even tougher and countless times wider than before. The huge amount of spiritual energy in this world surged into Chu Yang's Dantian. Then, strands of purplish gold, primordial real, silk gradually formed. In just an instant, countless strands of primordial real silk had already piled up densely. Then, after the primordial real silk was slowly stuffed to the brim, it gradually transformed into a purplish gold liquid. The liquid was filled to the brim and compressed again. Finally, after a whirlwind of spiritual energy, a spinning purplish golden core appeared in each of Chu Yang's dantians. Huge amounts of spiritual energy were still pouring in without any signs of stopping, and that elixir-like golden core in Chu Yang's dantian continued to devour all the spiritual energy. Little by little, it slowly changed and seemed to be showing signs of exploding again. Fortunately, it was an explosion, accompanied by a soft sound. That little figure appeared at the same time again. His nose and eyes were clear, and he was smiling from ear to ear. And with the reappearance of that little figure, the speed at which Chu Yang's dantian devoured the spiritual energy of the universe actually increased even further. It was only at this point that the breakthrough force that was previously sealed in Chu Yang's meridians was suddenly released. It rushed out forcefully and flowed throughout all the meridians in his body. In just an instant, it was already completely absorbed by his dantian. At last, a soft sound came from somewhere in Chu Yang's body. This sound was really very soft. Even if one were to stick close to him, one might not necessarily be able to hear it. But at this moment, the brothers could clearly feel that their souls had suddenly trembled violently. It was as if they were witnessing the occurrence of a miracle. And this miracle had already happened and was currently happening right beside them. Everyone's heart was filled with a kind of heartfelt joy. Although they didn't know what exactly it was for, it was a feeling of extreme bliss. It was as if something that had been lost had once again returned. And it was even stronger and more reliable. It was even more wholehearted and wholehearted. No one knew that right at this moment, the little figures in Chu Yang's dantian were waving their hands and feet and burping at the same time. Every one of them looked very satisfied then. All of them actually exploded at the same time. They turned into countless bright, purple specks of light. At the same time, Chu Yang's dantian underwent a huge change. From the original nascent soul world, it became a nebula world. Today is Wild Waves' birthday. Let us wish him a happy birthday. Does everyone still remember Lang Ilong? Wild Waves Lang Ilong. Cough. This guy's walk-on. Let us wish Wild Waves Lang Ilong the best. Wild Waves Lang Ilong gets stronger year by year. Each new wave surpasses the previous one. Both the Yangtze River and the sea are waves. Chapter 2559. The nebula world was like a firmament that existed in Chu Yang's body. The firmament was boundless and filled with nebulas. Stars dotted the sky, and it was extremely beautiful. The next moment, an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept out. It was a feeling of a king descending to the world and a warm spring breeze. Chu Yang had broken through. To Emo, Tianji, and the rest, Chu Yang had always been in a state of deep sleep. It was as if he hadn't done anything at all. But to Chu Yang himself, he clearly knew what he was doing. Yes, Chu Yang was now immersed in an inexplicable sense of extreme comfort. He was almost subconsciously circulating the layered heavens divine technique. He could clearly feel the entire process, from the beginning, when his dantian was slowly reorganizing, all the way until his nascent soul turned into a nebula. It was just that rather than saying that Chu Yang was a participant, it was more like saying that he was a spectator. This was undoubtedly an extremely magical feeling. At the same time, it was also an indescribable and thorough cultivation atmosphere. He watched helplessly as his seemingly incurable and destructive injuries slowly recovered bit by bit. He didn't even use any elixirs or circulate any healing techniques during this period. What kind of feeling was this? Opening the door to the great Tao is omnipotent. Chu Yang truly felt this. It was indeed omnipotent. He could feel that with the continuous influx of spiritual energy, with the continuous birth of new life such as plants and insects, the joy of obtaining the pulse of life was slowly being fed back while Chu Yang was fully immersed in it. Because of Chu Yang, these things were born, and after they were born, they began to feed back. Fed back by the environment, fed back by nature, fed back by the power of the pulse of life. They were collectively fed back by all the life in the world. If it were a human, seeing that there was no hope for such an incurable injury, they would probably give up immediately. This was an incurable injury. This had long become an understanding. But for the purest life in the world, they wouldn't have such understanding and recognition. An injury was an injury. It was nothing more than a minor injury, a minor injury, a major injury, a serious injury, and a fatal injury. But an injury was still an injury. No matter how serious the injury was, it was still an injury. They only knew that a life was injured and needed to be saved. And this life was the person who had just given them life. This person who is very important to me is injured, so I have to heal him. Not only because he gave us life, but also because he acknowledged us. They didn't care if their damage output was useful or not. They were just giving their all and attacking with everything they had. Boundless vitality washed over Chu Yang's body. After circulating through Chu Yang's body, it returned once again, and then came again, even stronger. It was this intention that had created this miracle. Injuries that were impossible to heal were quickly healed under this atmosphere, turning the impossible into possible. Then he would accumulate vitality and reconstruct his dantian. An unprecedented perfect cycle was formed between Chu Yang and all things in the world. The mountains, rivers, and plants, even the stars, the sky, the firmament, and the boundless spiritual energy were all devoted to it. Everything that had life was giving their most sincere efforts to heal Chu Yang's injuries. A single drop of water might not cause any changes. Even if it was 100 or 1,000 drops, it might not be able to cause any effect. Not to mention breaking the dam. At most, it would only wet a piece of land. However, what about 100 million drops of water? Or 1 billion drops of water? What about more? What would happen if 10,000 drops of water or 100,000 drops of water that could wet the ground were gathered together? When such water droplets were gathered to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change due to the change in quantity. Even if the effect of a tsunami was to appear, it would only require a process of gathering. No matter how strong the dam was in the world, it would not be able to withstand the continuous impact of endless water. Collapsing was only a matter of time. It could be 10,000 years, or 1,000 years, or 100 years, or 10 years. Of course, it could also be an instant. Water was actually the most terrifying thing in the world. As the saying went, water and fire were merciless. However, flames could only burn for a while. Hundreds of people had died because of fire. This was enough to shock the world. However, no matter how big and wide a fire was, it would be difficult to burn more people. However, the number of people who had died because of floods was easily hundreds of thousands, or even millions. There was no comparison between the two. Now, the boundless spiritual energy that filled the universe, the surging power that symbolized life, was using this method. Collecting armpits to make a fur coat, accumulating sand to build a tower, collecting water droplets to form the sea, gathering all things to form the firmament. Gradually, they converged into an unstoppable torrent. When such a torrent was truly formed, the door to the great Tao that Chu Yang had been comprehending all this, while coincidentally opened at this moment. Then, an enormous amount of life force gushed in. No matter where there was a gap or a flaw, he would go there to fix it. He would go there to fix it. He would go there to fix it. He would go there. Chu Yang's body was filled with an unimaginably rich aura of life. His body, which was originally riddled with scars, was being filled up, repaired, and enriched again in a very strange way. The whole process was not very fast, but it was very enriching, very perfect, and even more perfect than perfect. His dantian was restored. The golden core was formed. His nascent soul had been reborn. Nebula world, gather. Even after everything was done, countless amounts of spiritual chi were still gushing in, filling up this world with the nebula as the main body. The skies of these nebula worlds were vast and beautiful, but the ground was just a desert. It could be said that other than the stars and the starry sky, there was nothing else. There was no sun, no moon, and the sky was dark. There were no mountains, no water, no animals, no plants, and no life in any conventional sense. A huge amount of life aura poured in, but didn't bring any life aura to this world. As long as the life aura entered the nebula world, it would rapidly disappear without a trace. It didn't bring any changes to this world, as if that huge amount of life aura had no effect at all. But the spiritual chi was still stubbornly gushing in like a tsunami. Gushing in, gushing in, gushing in endlessly. There was only one thought, and Chu Yang's crazy absorption caused a huge whirlpool to form in the sky above the valley. A tornado-like, pure life aura gushed in from the outer space, as if the sky was collapsing. It entered Chu Yang's hut and entered Chu Yang's body. It kept going back and forth, endlessly and endlessly. This change left all the brothers dumbstruck and at a loss for what to do. Now, they finally understood why there was such a huge change here. It was because of Boss GMO wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at the lake that he had dug out because of his wishful thinking of digging for treasures. His expression was extremely conflicted. If he had known earlier that it was because of Boss and not some treasure, would he have needed to put in so much effort? Putting in so much effort was one thing, but would he have needed to be ridiculed by that bastard? In short, why did he have to be so stupid? This situation continued for a day and a night, an entire day and a night. They waited all the way until dawn of the second day. Chu Yang finally opened his eyes. He had finally woken up from his deep sleep. Emo, Tianji, and the others who had been paying close attention to Chu Yang's movements all this time were almost directly lost in Chu Yang's gaze at this moment. Chu Yang's gaze flickered in this instant, as if a door to the stars had suddenly opened. It was full of mysterious and profound colors. Emo Chingu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this. Chu Yang turned his head. "What's wrong?" His voice was full of concern. After he said that, the mysterious light in his eyes suddenly faded. In that instant, the mysterious and profound colors in Chu Yang's eyes suddenly disappeared. They regained their usual expression. "You're awake." Emo Chingu suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying tears of joy. Tai Butian and Wu Qian smiled clumsily. Tears were also brewing in their eyes. They also wanted to throw themselves into Chu Yang's arms, but Emo Tianji was at the side. Emo Chingu was one step ahead of them. The way of the heavens in the past half a month when Chu Yang was unconscious, the three women's hearts had been under a lot of pressure. It was a kind of mood that could collapse at any time. "You didn't cry when I was unconscious. Why are you crying now that you're awake?" Chu Yang repeatedly comforted them. "Big brother, you're okay?" GMO opened his eyes wide. "You're okay so fast?" Emo Chingu angrily glared at him. "What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you think he's recovering too fast?" GMO was tongue-tied. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. It seemed that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. The brothers despised him together. "This guy is too stupid. He can't even speak properly. You tell me, who can be more stupid than you?" Emo Tianji was the first to stabilize his mood. "Big brother, it seems your cultivation has also broken through?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, this time it's a blessing in disguise. My cultivation has taken a big step forward." Feeling that his body was full of power, Chu Yang only felt that his whole body was relaxed. "A big step forward." Emo Tianji cautiously said, "How big is this step?" Everyone's eyes were burning as they looked at Chu Yang, waiting for the answer. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "If I meet the East Sovereign now, I should be able to fight him." Emo Tianji let out a long sigh of relief and said, "In other words, if I meet a Saint Monarch now, there's only a fine line separating me from him." Chu Yang cautiously said, "It should be so. I can't be sure if I don't really fight him. But no matter what, even if I meet a Saint Monarch, he can't kill me even if I can't beat him in a one-on-one fight. It shouldn't be a problem to ensure that I can escape unscathed." As soon as these words came out, the brothers all cheered thunderously. Chapter 2560. Only after reaching this level would one know how difficult it was to take another step forward. The traditional cultivation path of the Heaven Imperial Court had come to an end. If one wanted to move forward, one had to open up a new path. But how difficult was it to open up a new path? It was an unimaginable thing. That was why all the top experts of the Heaven Imperial Court stopped here. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take another step forward, but most of them could only charge forward at a loss. In the end, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Let's cut to the chase. Now, let's split into different groups. I'll tell you what you've comprehended. Chu Yang said, "It's just that how much you can comprehend depends on your own luck. Everyone should strive to improve your cultivation in the shortest time possible. I believe it will be of great help to unify the Celestial Imperial Court and even fight against the extraterrestrial demons." Everyone was excited. The first to enter was Mo Tianji. Tianji, you're cultivating, controlling the world. This technique is profound and magical. When your cultivation reaches the highest level, you can seize the creation of heaven and earth. Chu Yang deliberated for a long time and said, "But have you ever thought about why this technique is called controlling the world?" Mo Tianji thought for a while and said, "You mean," Chu Yang said, "controlling the world is obviously not complete. If you only want to control the world, then what about the heavens?" Mo Tianji was stunned. Then what about the heavens? These 5 words. To an ordinary person, this might just be a joke, and they would only extend the meaning from the surface. But to Mo Tianji, this was not the case. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck his soul. His heart, which had always been calm and tranquil, was surging with waves at this moment. It was difficult to stop them. Yes, there was often a misunderstanding in everyone's heart. That was, controlling the world was equivalent to controlling everything. Every person, thing, and thing. But very few people could think of the original explanation of the word world. Actually, it was just under the heavens. And outside of the atmosphere under the heavens, there was naturally above the heavens. If there was below, there would be above. This was the truth of the world, a truth that even a 3-year-old child understood. But most people in the world ignored it. You only controlled the world. You were already at a disadvantage. I understand. Mo Tianji opened his mouth with difficulty, but his eyes lit up. He softly said, "But how do I control this world?" Chu Yang said in a low voice, "Tell me, this world, is it life?" Mo Tianji was startled as he heard this. Chu Yang's sudden words were completely illogical and grammatical. However, his tone was so solemn that Mo Tianji couldn't help but become solemn as well. The world has existed since ancient times. Even if it has declined and flourished, even if there have been changes in dynasties, it has always existed. Could it be that this world is actually also a type of life? Supposing the world is a living being, then. Chu Yang said slowly, "Can we think of it as the world and the heavens? Was it actually a shared life? Just like humans, they have a chest and a back. If this person only had his chest and not his back, then even if he cultivated his chest to the point of being indestructible and indestructible, he would still die. Why? Because he is not complete, or rather incomplete. The world and the heavens depend on each other. Since you don't have the heavens technique, is it destined that your cultivation technique is incomplete?" Chu Yang said in a low voice. After a long time, Mo Tianji was still frowning as he pondered. He walked out of Chu Yang's room as if he was sleepwalking. Along the way, he mumbled to himself and became more and more like a charlatan. There was no need to use a heavy hammer to sound the drums. For someone like Mo Tianji, he only needed to say a few words and he would be able to completely understand. Of course, whether he could take a step further still depended on himself. Even if he had a great opportunity, he still needed to work hard. The second to enter was Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang was the strongest among the brothers present. Wushang, what kind of person can remain uninjured? Chu Yang's first sentence stunned Dong Wushang. After a while he replied, "No one can remain uninjured all the time, right?" "Yes, you are right. No one can remain uninjured. However, There is something that can remain uninjured all the time. Unbelievable, right? But this thing really exists, Chuyang said slowly. Dong Wushang asked, huh? Is there really? Then tell me quickly, what can remain uninjured all the time? Don't beat around the bush. Chuyang smiled and said indifferently, Tao. Tao can remain uninjured all the time. Dong Wushang was silent for a long time. Then he said, Tao? What Tao? Great Tao? Heavenly Tao? Saber Tao? All uninjured. Chuyang said word by word, whatever you said, all uninjured. Tao is uninjured. Tao is uninjured. Tao is uninjured. Dong Wushang was stunned for a moment. He couldn't stop repeating Chuyang's words. Yes, Tao is uninjured. And Tao has its own destiny. Chuyang said again, life. Tao is uninjured. Tao has its own destiny. Tao is uninjured. Tao has its own destiny. Dong Wushang was even more confused and fell into deep thought. Chuyang continued, there is an end to heaven and earth, but Tao is endless and uninjured. When Dong Wushang came out, his face was also full of contemplation like Mo Tianji. The fierce aura on his body had already been restrained. It was no longer as fierce and fierce, but more condensed and restrained. Then it was Xiedanqiong, followed by GMO, Luo Kadi, Rue Batong, and the rest. Finally, Chuyang asked about the situation of the sacrificial maiden and gave her some pointers. Then it was Mo Lei. Chuyang naturally knew Mo Lei very well and understood her completely. It was even easier to give her pointers. Then it was Chu and Mo Qingwu. Chuyang had already memorized the book, the so-called Tao. He already had an idea of which direction his brothers and sisters should take in terms of their cultivation. But Chuyang couldn't say it out loud now. He could only give them hints continuously, trigger them and inspire them to find this path on their own. That was the path that truly belonged to them. If Chuyang pointed it out directly, it would become that they were walking the path that Chuyang pointed out and not the path that they found themselves. Although there were only slight differences, the results were very different. It could very well affect the limits of everyone's achievements in this life. Chuyang was still studying that book. The more he understood, the more he felt that what he understood was really too little. As for Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian, although their cultivation had increased greatly now, they were still far from Mo Tianji and the rest. The path became narrower and steeper as they walked. They gradually reached a state where there was no path to take, so they didn't need Chuyang's pointers for the time being. In the following period of time, although everyone was anxious and wanted to go out, their old injuries hadn't completely healed. Moreover, basically everyone's state of mind had been touched by Chuyang. Everyone needed to stabilize their own state of mind. Once they were distracted at such a time and this enlightenment was broken, not only would it cause their progress to come to a complete halt, it could also lead to the serious consequences of stopping their progress for life. Therefore, even though everyone was anxious and eager to know what was going on outside, they could only try their best to suppress their emotions and let themselves completely let go. They wholeheartedly immersed themselves in enlightenment, hoping to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Including Mo Qinggu, everyone was in seclusion, thinking hard about their own paths. After completely recovering and taking another step forward, whether it was physically or mentally, Chuyang, Wu Qianqian, or Tai Butian naturally became the most idle people. Every day, a certain king of hell would bring the two beauties to the island in the middle of the lake to enjoy the scenery, play chess, and have fun. Those days were very comfortable. With Chuyang presiding over here, the spiritual energy of this world not only didn't dissipate, but also became denser and denser, making people feel more and more comfortable. In just a few days on the surrounding mountains, trees had already grown to the thickness of an arm and height of several feet. These weren't the same as the plants that grew on ordinary soil outside. Even the most ordinary trees would be tens of thousands of times harder than the same kind of trees growing on such a dense soil. It was no exaggeration to say that the nutrients contained in every blade of grass here were comparable to ordinary elixirs outside. The embryonic form of a quiet and secluded world was gradually taking shape. On this day, Chu Yang had a sudden impulse. He took out a batch of the seeds of all kinds of heavenly treasures that had been nurtured by the medicine spirit in his space. He chose some relatively secluded places in this valley that were suitable for their growth. Then he sowed them in these places. He also watered them roughly with the spring of life. Jade snow spirit ginseng, nether revival grass, heaven and earth snow ganoderma, and so on. Then, looking at these heavenly treasures that were growing healthily, Chu Yang said softly, I don't know what kind of impact these things will have on the future of this world if they grow here. Perhaps they will cause a catastrophe, or perhaps they will also create another unparalleled expert. An inadvertent action today may help a latecomer create another legend, Tai Butian said softly. Yes, I believe that since these things exist, they must have their value. Whether it's a catastrophe or becoming an expert, that's the fate of latecomers. Chu Yang nodded, expressing his agreement. Tai Butian said, with your current level of cultivation, I believe that you already have the embryonic form of the great Tao. Since you've decided to plant seeds here on a whim, it's not premeditated. Generally, such things will indicate that there will definitely be an encounter here in the future. This seems to be something destined from now on, Tai Butian said. Don't you think so?